the race and began surging in polling. Former president's vice presidential pick, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, said he didn't care what the polls said, telling Fox News Sunday in mid-August.
The polls tend to radically overstate Democrats. We certainly saw that during the polling of summer of 2020 and summer of 2016. And of course, a lot of those polls were wrong when it came to Election Day.
So he said he can't worry about polls, though he did say their internal polls in mid-August showed they were in a good position.
Consistently, what you've seen in 2016 and 2020 is that the media uses fake polls to drive down Republican turnout and to create dissension and conflict with Republican voters.
On the other side of the aisle, Vice President Harris was also downplaying the polling in Pittsburgh this week.
It's going to be a tight race to the very end. So let's not pay too much attention to those polls. Because as unions and labor knows best, we know what it's like to be the underdog. And we are the underdog in this race.
While Harris saw a surge in polling, certainly compared to where President Biden was, things may be even further tightening.
So post-Biden dropping out of the race, we really did see a pretty significant shift in the polls from Trump leading by about 3 to 4 points to Harris ahead in most of the polls, right around that same margin.
Patrick Ruffini is a founding partner at Republican polling firm Echelon Insights.
And people had speculated that, coming out of the DNC in particular, that she would build up potentially even more of a lead because traditionally candidates do get a bounce out of their convention. That hasn't happened. In fact, her numbers have probably gone down maybe by about a point or so, by a very, very slim amount. But she has not gotten that convention bounce. The race probably stands in most of the polling averages right now around Harris +3.
And it's even tighter in those swing states, right? I mean, forget national polling for a second. If you look at those swing states, it's really tight.
That's exactly right. We do not have a popular vote for president. We have an electoral college. And the electoral college, the pivotal states, are states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin in the Rust Belt, and Georgia, Arizona, North Carolina in the Sun Belt. And those states have tended over the last few election cycles to be about 2 or 3 points more Republican on the margin than the country as a whole, meaning that Trump does have a little bit of a buffer when it comes to those national polls, because even if Harris is leading by 2 or 3, it really is a jump ball in the Electoral College, which is what all the state polls right now are showing.
Interesting. We always hear during elections about the incumbent advantage or the incumbency advantage. How does that apply here? It's really interesting, right? Like people call President Trump a quasi incumbent. She's a part of this administration as vice president. Does either one of these candidates have an incumbent advantage?
Well, I think that this year it's more of an incumbent disadvantage if you're talking about being part of the Biden administration. And that is certainly the case that President Trump is going to try to press against Kamala Harris in the debate and throughout the rest of the campaign that, she was right by Joe Biden's side as inflation and prices grew by 20% throughout the Afghanistan withdrawal, throughout the border crisis. And, that is the argument that I think in this political environment, I would say there's no advantage to being the incumbent. And he's going to try to attach as much of that incumbent stench that, as we saw with Joe Biden to Kamala Harris. And obviously, Harris stylistically is trying to run away. Not run away explicitly from President Biden, but present herself as a different kind of generational change candidate that will take us beyond both the Trump and Biden presidencies.
Now, I imagine you saw this post from Nate Silver, prognosticator, pollster. He says as of September 3rd, Trump is favored to win 56% to Harris's 43%. How do we interpret something like that when we see polling that shows how very tight this race is and that Harris is ever so slightly ahead, but very much within the margin of error in some of these swing states like Wisconsin, Michigan, and Nevada?
Yeah, I think we have to be very careful with those numbers because particularly as these forecasts hit around the 50% mark for either candidate, there's a tendency to say, Nate Silver says Trump is going to get 56% of the vote. That's not the case. This is a probability forecast. So there's 56% odds, slightly better than a coin toss in his model that Donald Trump wins the election, and slightly less than a coin toss odds that Kamala Harris wins. And so this is an extremely tight election, probably the tightest election we've seen at this point in the election cycle since the 2000 election, which ended up being very, very close, decided by 537 votes.
Oh, I hope we don't have hanging chads. I don't think we will. But we know as far as issues go, the economy is top of mind for voters. According to pretty much every poll, Trump has had the upper hand, right, on that, if we believe the polling. But is he slipping there?
I don't know if it's so much him slipping as, Kamala Harris, I think, trying to present a new face of the Democratic Party and potentially allowing herself to distance herself from the Biden administration's record. Now, it shouldn't be too tough of a task for the Trump campaign to point out, again, her closeness to Joe Biden, her repeating, Bidenomics is great. We've already seen that message in their ads. So I do think that it's narrowed, particularly on what we've seen. It's narrowed, right? Who has the advantage on bringing down inflation? Who has the advantage on the economy? It is now a Trump advantage. However, when you look at the voters, we look at the voters specifically who are voting on the economy, who are voting on inflation. Among those voters, President Trump still holds a wide advantage on these economic issues. And the same is true of the border. The same is true of keeping the country safe and keeping the world at peace.
Yeah, she has the upper hand, I think, with those who care about abortion and health care, if we believe most of the polling. And that issue is on some swing state ballots like Arizona and Nevada. But to your point about sort of walking this line of I'm part of the administration, but I'm not part of the administration. How does she tackle that in terms of telling voters, look, I supported President Biden, but does she need to say, like, here's what I will do differently as president, as opposed to, hey, I was vice president, I could only do so much? Like, how do you do that?
I think so far she has not been extensively questioned by the media. You saw her do that CNN interview last week, her first interview. I don't think she can get away with that for a long period of time because inevitably in the debate, in any fair interview that she's going to get, she's going to get questions about, well, they said, you're the last person in the room for every major decision. And I think, the ability for Donald Trump to take that directly to her at the debate and elevate, that closeness and those ties to the Biden administration, which are very obvious. I think it's going to be a pivotal moment in this election.
Yeah, when it comes to next week's debate, is this a chance for Harris more than Trump because he's more of a known quantity? Or is it also really about how he goes after her? Like, who are the stakes bigger for, do you think?
I think right now there's a pretty big disconnect between the Kamala Harris we've seen over the last 6 weeks as a presidential candidate in the way I think she has been shielded from the media, the way she has not had to answer the tough questions. And what happens when she does do those interviews and when she does, have to make those unscripted appearances, as we saw throughout the time she was vice president, she did not necessarily perform. And so the question is, does Harris clear the bar that she has set over the last few weeks in terms of certainly having a better level of performance, particularly in these more scripted campaign environments? Does she continue to clear that bar, or is it something where she looks more like the Kamala Harris who ran for president and had to drop out of the race, or the Kamala Harris who was vice president for 3.5 years?
So we know this comes down to those swing state undecided voters. I wonder if you can characterize them briefly for us. We look at this gender gap in the polling. When we look at that, how do we look at the gender gap in relation to who undecided swing state voters are, especially when we hear about like suburban women. Are these more low information voters who aren't paying attention to the news cycle that much? Do they feel like they know Kamala Harris enough yet? Like, those are the people they're trying to sway, right?
I think that a good chunk of those undecided voters were maybe people who, had voted for Joe Biden in 2020 and were disillusioned with, his performance in office. And many of them were, either considering Trump after not having voted for him the last two times, or voting for a candidate like RFK, who has not since dropped out of the race and endorsed Trump. I think there's a lot of stereotypes, as you mentioned, about swing voters. There is this image, about suburban women being the ultimate swing voters. And yes, I mean, to some extent that comes from there being a pretty evenly split group. But when you actually look at the groups of voters who've been moving, they're primarily young. They're more likely to be non-white, Hispanic, African-American, and a mix of men and women, and particularly people who are on the fringes of this economy, do not have a college degree, have not done well in under 20% inflation. And we were seeing Biden specifically bleeding very badly with these voters, even prior to his debate performance. And Kamala Harris, based on her biography, has been able to get some of those voters back, but I still do think that's really kind of who many of those voters look like. And you look at Trump, I think that the gender gap is a two-sided thing, right? So you see, obviously, Kamala Harris going all in on abortion, right, to try to play to that gender gap. But you also see Donald Trump trying to reach young minority men, going on podcasts that they listen to, going to UFC matches, right? Those sorts of things, reaching out to different demographics than traditional Republicans, would not necessarily be seen going into.
Patrick Ruffini, founding partner at Echelon Insights, a Republican polling firm. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do these three words make you cringe? Calcium oxalate stones. If so, then this message will be a huge relief, because now there's a kidney health supplement that has shown in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. It's called Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector, and nothing else comes close to its success. In fact, it has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Kidney Cop is so innovative, it's been awarded 5 U.S. patents, is recommended by doctors and pharmacists, and is winning rave reviews from people all over the country. You can be one of them. Kidney Cop is super affordable. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. If you cringe when you hear the words calcium oxalate and you worry about reoccurrence, then you need Kidney Cop right away. Purchase Kidney Cop today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Todd is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Todd, and I live in Georgia. I'm a veteran of 23 years. I love to give back to the community, whether it's my fellow veterans, some guy on the street corner. I offer what I can, when I can. I started noticing that my memory was slipping, and I wanted to take proactive measures to try to help that. I saw a Prevagen commercial and I did some research on it, and I wanted to find out, does this stuff really work? I started taking Prevagen about 3 years ago. Since taking Prevagen, I feel clearer in my thoughts, my memory has improved, and generally just more on point.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
No one is happy to discover that the air conditioner is broken, and it always breaks on the hottest day of the summer in the middle of the night. That's why so many homeowners have Oliver's Peace of Mind membership. For as little as $13 a month, Oliver maintains your home's cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical systems all year long. Membership also includes annual inspections, exclusive discounts on repairs and replacements, and priority emergency service. Call Oliver today or visit us online at oliverheatcool.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
The Labor Day Mega Sale is extended at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Mayor Parker touts her administration's block-by-block cleanup, calling it Philly's largest quality-of-life operation ever. Officials say 6 men stole more than $42,000 worth of crab meat in South Philly early Wednesday. State House Republicans discuss possible shortcomings in PA stalking laws at a hearing in Bucks County.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio, now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot.
Frank's Red Hot.
I put that on everything.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. September baseball is always exciting.
It's at the wall. It's gone! A grand slam, and the Phillies now lead it 6-5.
Friday night, catch all the excitement as the Phils travel to Miami to face the Marlins. Here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The pitch swung on, belted deep left field. That one's going to go. 3-run home run. Alec Bohm to start the night.
Phillies baseball, Friday night at 6:35. Here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. People ask us, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring, or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, we've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results to our clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of our local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
This truck season, think about all the things you can do in a Chevy truck. You'll be able to, or you can even just, with impressive towing, incredible bed and tailgate functionality, and multiple powertrains, Chevy trucks have what you need to get things done. When you want to do it all, Chevy's got you. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. I just love my new patio doors and love the work the Chapman family team has done in my home. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your front entry door, right now is the perfect time for it. For the entire month of September, Chapman is offering free hardware on a new front door, up to a $500 value. An updated front door can really change the curb appeal of your home and obviously increase the resale value. Whether you're looking for a single door, double door, or maybe a door with beautiful side lights, their experienced project consultants can help you choose that perfect new door for your home. If you or somebody you know is looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, or hardware, give them a call. You can text 610-431-8898. You can always take an online virtual tour, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated, forlorn even, like your efforts are futile, and you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine. Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all of that. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, you can forget your frustrations because we find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F word. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Fantastic.
So, whether you need to hire 4, 40, or 400 people, get ready to meet first-rate talent. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Don't forget, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Finally, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit TravisManion.org.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A mixed day on Wall Street Wednesday. The Dow was up 38, but the Nasdaq was down 52, and the S&P 500 lost 9. The job openings and labor turnover survey from the last business day of July found 7.67 million openings, the lowest level in 3.5 years. Economists had believed the number would top 8 million. Those numbers, though, probably not enough for the Fed to consider a bigger interest rate cut this month. Today, we'll get the weekly unemployment numbers. Tomorrow, we get the very important jobs report for August. And the CEO of Kroger has insisted in federal court that merging with rival Albertsons would allow the supermarket companies to lower prices and compete with Walmart and Amazon. The Federal Trade Commission is seeking an injunction to block the $24.6 billion deal, claiming it would eliminate competition. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
While the boys of summer keep playing in the Major League Baseball pennant races, it's going to feel more like fall tonight when the NFL season kicks off.
Ready to rock. I've never been more excited, to be honest. I'm just, we got a great team, a great group of guys.
That's Travis Kelce, the Kansas City Chiefs tight end that non-football fans know better as pop star Taylor Swift's boyfriend.
Fresh slate, get to kind of prove to ourselves and the Chiefs Kingdom that we're one of the top dogs. We can play at a high level, man. It's exciting.
His Chiefs aren't just the defending champs. They're trying to win a third straight Super Bowl. Playing Baltimore tonight, a Ravens team trying to avenge losing to KC in last season's AFC Championship game.
I just turned 60 years old, and when I was a kid, it still felt like baseball was king in this country. And the NFL has become such a monster. It really is staggering. It just dwarfs every other sport.
Ian O'Connor is a best-selling author with a new book we'll get into later about star New York Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers.
I almost feel like I can't wait for the season to start, and I do not feel that way about baseball or the NBA or the NHL. It's almost as if football, all 17 regular season games really matter, and they give you just enough to really want it next time around. And I can't wait for the NFL to kick off here, and I think there are a lot of people in this country who would say the same thing.
Certainly in fantasy, it's the king. All the growth of betting that's legal, all of that seems to have made the NFL even bigger.
Yeah, fantasy football is so huge, and I've got a 28-year-old son who really wasn't the biggest football fan until he got into fantasy football, and maybe unfortunately a lot of his friends that who gamble, they love to gamble on the NFL more than any other sport. So gambling and fantasy football have really fueled a lot of renewed interest in the sport, and also again, you only have 17 games, and it's once a week, and it's just easy to focus on each game. And you're talking about baseball, 162 games, and with all the playoff spots, the extra wild cards now, it really does make it seem like the regular season is somewhat insignificant and just hard to follow that many games.
Yeah.
The NFL is they really have a great formula right now, and that's why, like I said, it's a monster, and I think it's going to keep getting bigger.
One big storyline with the Chiefs game Thursday night, Kansas City is trying to do something no team's ever done, and that's a three-peat. 3 Super Bowl championships in a row. Patrick Mahomes, maybe the next Tom Brady. I mean, they have a good chance, it seems.
Well, without question, I'm trying to find the team that will beat them. And I think the key is, of course, I've been focused on the Jets and Aaron Rodgers and what would it take for the Jets to get to the Super Bowl for the first time since man stepped on the moon. Going through Kansas City, at Kansas City is just, I just don't think that's a doable proposition. Really, you could say that about any team in the league. The important thing is if somebody else wants to represent the AFC in the Super Bowl, it's not letting Kansas City have home field advantage. I think that's a start. So
they didn't have it last year. They had to win road playoff games, and they did.
Right, but I think at home they just it would seem like they're unbeatable, or it'd be just a very, very difficult task. So I think getting them on the road at least gives you a fighting chance. They have the best player I've ever seen in the NFL in Patrick Mahomes. He's clearly more talented physically than Tom Brady, even though Brady has the 7 rings. And for Mahomes to be the greatest ever, I think he'd have to get to at least 5 or 6. But he's the best. I've been watching football for 50 years. He's the best football player I've ever seen. So I just, if I'm picking a winner of the Super Bowl, I don't see how you pick anyone other than Kansas City until proven otherwise.
You mentioned Tom Brady, no longer playing. He's going to be in the broadcast booth as an analyst. First game coming up on Sunday. What do you expect?
Brady is just a guy. He's not going to do anything in life without trying to be the best at it, the best to ever do it, which he was, of course, in his first career. And so I think he's actually going to be quite good. He's great when he's talking football, breaking down defenses, and I do think he's going to be more critical than people suspect because I think he realizes he has to, or he's going to get criticized to the nth degree. And when you think about it, Dave, he is the GOAT, right? So if he's criticizing you, he has a lot of credibility.
Well, somebody else is doing a lot of TV now. I mean, for the first time this century, The New England Patriots will not be coached this season by Bill Belichick. He got fired, or moved on, however it went, and now he's all over the place this season. I know you've written a book about Bill Belichick. What do you think of him off the field, not as a coach?
In my book, I wrote about his friends telling me stories of how he's an entirely different human being away from the football facility. I'm not surprised to see him, although I have family members who I think read my book, and then they've watched him recently on his various media gigs, and they're stunned at just how normal he seems, and affable and gregarious even at times, and just engaging. And no, I mean, that person has always existed. He just never allowed you to see it. So now we get a chance to see the other Bill Belichick, and it should be fun.
Let's talk about another quarterback, the one you wrote about in your new book, Out of the Darkness, The Mystery of Aaron Rodgers. He played 4 plays last season, torn Achilles, out for the season. He's back. He'll have his real first chance to be the New York Jets starting quarterback, and you had a chance to talk to him. First of all, how did the recovery go?
It was tough at first. I don't want to say he almost gave up, but in the early hours of his recovery after Achilles surgery, his personal trainer who moved in with him, Aaron Alexander, told me there were some grim, dark nights and moments where Aaron didn't know if he could ever play again. He wasn't even sure if the New York Jets wanted him back. He felt like he had let the entire market down, millions of people. And he got through that. He fought through it. And I do think he's got a couple of good seasons left in him. I don't know about MVP level. Of course, he won that award 4 times, which is more than Tom Brady won it. But I do think he could play at a high level. His arm is still primetime Aaron Rodgers' arm. I mean, it's still great. His legs are not what they used to be. So if the Jet offensive line can stay intact, I suspect they're an 11-6 team that could win the division and make the playoffs.
One theme throughout your book, when you go through the Aaron Rodgers story, is overcoming other people's doubts about his ability to lead a team and be successful from high school through college, even the NFL draft being, a lot of teams not choosing him until the Green Bay did later in the draft. He was hoping to go number 1 overall. Does he still get fuel from that?
100%, Dave, and he still has a chip on his shoulder, which is now a boulder.
That's also something else with Aaron Rodgers. He has, as you wrote, a certain sort of self-confidence. Some people see it as arrogance, cockiness, off-putting. When you talk to him, did you get that feeling?
All the above, but it doesn't bother me. Yeah, he's arrogant, and not all the time, but I felt it a little bit there in a couple of questions I asked and the responses I got. But the guy didn't owe me anything. It's an unauthorized biography. He didn't owe me an audience at all.
Were you surprised to even talk to you?
Well, I think I wore him down a little bit, just contacting hundreds of his friends and associates. And I think enough of them, after talking to me, texted him and said, "Hey, Aaron, this guy seems legitimate. He seems like he's trying to do this the right way. He's not out to get you. He doesn't have an agenda," which I didn't. I had no agenda whatsoever. And I think he saw that. He also saw that I was opening the book with what effectively was a tribute to his grandfather, who was an amazing World War II combat pilot. And so I was opening the book with a positive story about his family. He's been estranged from his family for 10 years. And
I mean, you wrote that in your book a lot, Ian, about how he's had relationships with friends and family that have gone sour. You have a whole chapter in your book called The Island, people who he casts away.
Yeah, and he's not the first person I've met who has that character trait, and I'm not saying it's a favorable one, where if you slight him, perceived or real or imagined, whatever, that you end up on the island, he can cut you out of his life. And he did that with family members. He did it with friends. It's very rare if you end up on the island that he brings you back.
Yeah, a lot of the talk in New York when he came to play for the Jets in year 1, players were surprised. I mean, he went out to concerts with them. He went to games. He wanted to get to know them. He wanted to build relationships. But again, with the island and the way it's been with some other players and with teams he's been on, were you surprised that was the way that he started? Or do you think that's the way he is and it might go south as time goes on?
I've never seen a love fest. I've been covering sports in New York for nearly 4 decades, and I've never seen a love fest like I saw last summer when he arrived with the market, New York, and a superstar coming from a different market. It was off the charts, and it was the HBO show Hard Knocks, a behind-the-scenes look at an NFL team, which in this case was the Jets, really did Aaron a lot of favors because the coverage of him had been largely negative for 3 years. I think a lot of Jets fans thought he was a jerk coming in, but that program showed him as a leader, a good teammate, a guy who took people under his wing, a guy who would talk to defensive players about what he was seeing. And that did him a lot of good. And frankly, teammates I talked to from his high school days through the Jets, it was almost unanimous that his teammates liked him and respected him, even admired him.
You wrote about the darkness. He had this retreat before he went to the Jets, trying to decide if he wanted to retire or keep going. He ultimately decided to keep going. His legacy, how important is it?
I think legacy, of course, matters to him, and I think he's always compared to Tom Brady, right? Brady has the 7 championship rings, and Aaron has 1, and I think that's one of the main reasons why he chose the Jets, a franchise that hasn't been to the Super Bowl in 55 years, because he knows if he wins the big one in the Big Apple for that franchise, the Charlie Brown franchise, that is going to feel like 3 or 4 rings. Now, he'll never close the gap on Brady, but winning a big one at the end of his career in New York for the Jets would do an incredible amount for his legacy without question.
So the Jets, you think, have a legitimate shot this year if he stays healthy all season?
Well, again, if you're telling me they have to win an AFC Championship game at Kansas City, I don't see a win there. But if somebody knocks off the Chiefs at some point, Baltimore or Cincinnati, whoever, I could see the Jets with that roster and with Rodgers, I think, primed to have a big year. Maybe not an MVP year, but a big year. Yes, I think it's realistic.
All right, quickly, NFC. Who do you like to play in the Super Bowl from that conference?
I have a feeling that this is going to be unbelievable if the Jets get there. I think Green Bay can get there. I do. I love Jordan Love. They turned the franchise over to him at the right time. And wouldn't that be something if Aaron Rodgers faced the Packers in the Super Bowl? I think that would be the most watched football game ever.
Well, the book is Out of the Darkness, The Mystery of Aaron Rodgers, the latest from best-selling New York Times best-selling author Ian O'Connor. Ian, it was a very, very enjoyable read, great book, and we really appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us.
Pleasure, Dave. Thanks for having me.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do these 3 words make you cringe? Calcium oxalate stones. If so, then this message will be a huge relief, because now there's a kidney health supplement that has shown in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. It's called Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector, and nothing else comes close to its success. In fact, it has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Kidney Cop is so innovative, it's been awarded 5 U.S. patents, is recommended by doctors and pharmacists, and is winning rave reviews from people all over the country. You can be one of them. Kidney Cop is super affordable. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. If you cringe when you hear the words calcium oxalate and you worry about reoccurrence, then you need Kidney Cop right away. Purchase Kidney Cop today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated, forlorn even, like your efforts are futile, and you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine. Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all of that. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, you can forget your frustrations because we find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F word. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Fantastic.
So, whether you need to hire 4, 40, or 400 people, get ready to meet first-rate talent. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Don't forget, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Finally, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you've been dealing with a POS system that just isn't getting the job done and you're in the restaurant, retail, or casino business, you need to call my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have the fastest and easiest POS system to learn, use, and manage. Their all-in-one POS system will save you time, effort, and money. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help grow your business like never before. Visit pdqpos.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too. Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too. Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. The FBI says a suspect arrested in Wednesday's fatal school shooting in Winder, Georgia, that left 4 people dead and 9 injured was on their radar more than a year ago. Investigators interviewed him and his father after an online threat was made against the school. While his father admitted they had guns in the home, the suspect denied he was behind the threat. Barrow County Sheriff Judd Smith.
The shooter is in custody at the Barrow County Detention Center because he is a juvenile. He's being booked in and he will be transported to RYDC.
The rules are set for the presidential debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris next week. Fox's Kristen Goodwin.
There will be no audience, no opening statements, no pre-written notes allowed, no topics or questions shared in advance, and no live mics when the other candidate is answering a question.
The debate will be hosted by ABC September 10th. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
It was a fun night at Wrigley Field for Cubs fans. 3 Cubs pitchers combined to no-hit the Pirates on Wednesday as Chicago won 12-0. Starters Shota Imanaga, Nate Pearson, and Porter Hodge now have the second combined no-hitter in Cubs history. It is the first no-hitter at Wrigley Field since 1972 and the 18th overall in Cubs history. Imanaga struck out 7 while walking 2 over 7 innings, throwing 66 of his 95 pitches for strikes. Major League Baseball now has 4 no-hitters this season, with the other 3 being complete games by Houston's Ronel Blanco, Dylan Cease of the Padres, and San Francisco's Blake Snell. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Mayor Parker touts her administration's block-by-block cleanup, calling it Philly's largest quality-of-life operation ever. Officials say 6 men stole more than $42,000 worth of crab meat in South Philly early Wednesday. State House Republicans discussed possible shortcomings in PA stalking laws at a hearing in Bucks County.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hey, I'm going to let you in on a little wireless hack that can cut your cell phone bill in half every single month.
Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile, they want you to believe that you need unlimited data so they can overcharge you. Well, here's the fact. Most of you are buying way more data than you'll ever need. Now, Pure Talk, my cell phone company, only charges you for data that you actually need. For example, for $25 a month, you can get unlimited talk, unlimited text, and 5 gigs of data plus mobile hotspot. $25. And do you know what you can do with 5 gigs of data? Well, you can browse the internet for 135 hours, stream 1,000 songs, and watch 10 hours of video. Stop overpaying for wireless. Get 5G coverage with Pure Talk. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword save now. Check in with one of Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team members. No contract assigned, no activation fee, and you can even keep your phone and your phone number. Pound 250, keyword save now. Do it now. You save an additional 50% off your first month from Pure Talk.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Be first in line to secure a 2025 Phillies season ticket package before the public on sale with a deposit. Get benefits such as price savings, great seat locations, and more. Reserve yours at phillies.com/season deposits. Fun, prizes, and surprises are in store for Fan Appreciation Night on September 25th at 6:05 when the Phils host the Cubs, and we celebrate the best fans in baseball. Order tickets now at phillies.com.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
It's a key ingredient called Tesnor. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. Total T is backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text PRIDE to 321321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text PRIDE to 321321. That's PRIDE to 321321.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
It's that time of year again to consider replacing your old drafty windows and doors before another long, cold winter season rolls in. And my good friends at Guida Door and Window will help make your window and door replacement project more affordable with their buy one, get one half off sale. For every door and window you buy, you'll get the second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, Guida is making it easier to afford your project with no money down and interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Act now. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
No one is happy to discover that the air conditioner is broken, and it always breaks on the hottest day of the summer in the middle of the night. That's why so many homeowners have Oliver's Peace of Mind membership. For as little as $13 a month, Oliver maintains your home's cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical systems all year long. Membership also includes annual inspections, exclusive discounts on repairs and replacements, and priority emergency service. Call Oliver today or visit us online at oliverheatcool.com.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Donald Trump plans to unveil his economic plans today when he speaks at the Economic Club of New York. He had the advantage on the economy early in the presidential race when President Biden was his rival. He's betting he can hold on to it with a grab bag of tax cuts. Some tax experts, though, say Trump's cuts would end up costing more than the budgets of all federal agencies combined. Trump's rival now, Kamala Harris, has unveiled her plan to expand the small business tax deduction for startup costs. She's also setting a 28% capital gains tax rate for those earning more than $1 million a year. That is less, though, than the 39.6% rate proposed by President Biden. A new study has found obesity costs the U.S. military close to $1.25 billion every year and is the top reason the Pentagon can't meet its recruitment quotas. Last year, the services had to disqualify 52,000 applicants due to weight issues. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for our Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. Everyone is talking about it. Be with me on September 12th as we talk about the election, politics, and all things Trump. It's huge. Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. September 12th, Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood. Get your tickets now at 1210WPHT.com. That's 1210WPHT.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go. Live on this Thursday morning, September 5th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker is out today. Sean Farish in for Greg. Phil Almquist, Henry Machette, our associate producers. Oh, what a Thursday we have for you. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Well, good morning. Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday indeed. Sean Farish, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, doing good. Right before going to bed last night, started reading 1984 again by George Orwell. A few pages in, and I'm like, wow, we're kind of here already.
He was kind of on to something, right?
Oh, my gosh. I am so excited over the next, I say to people, you need a little more motivation, maybe, scare yourself. And there it is. This is a horror story, and I'm not even that far in. I've already read it once. It was back when I was in high school.
Yep.
I'm reading it again now, no longer under the pressure of having to do it for class, right? Kind of we're gonna finish this probably in a month, not even. I'm just gonna plow through it, and I encourage anybody who needs motivation this election cycle, get into this book or Animal Farm. You'll know what you're fighting against.
Yes, I recall reading it my freshman year of college up in Williamsport, PA, and my God, here we are 40 years later. Kind of onto something.
Which is also, that's also strange, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
That it's been 40 years since I was born. That since I was in college 22 years ago. It's a lot of strange
so
things.
You went to college right after getting born. I mean, you must be a very special baby. You know, when he came out,
early entry.
He's a genius.
Yeah.
He's a genius.
It's Nick
he
Cale.
birthed himself. He birthed himself. You know that? He didn't even need any help. That's how I was born. I walked right out of there. It was incredible.
We have so many good things to get to on today's show. A lot of free speech that I want to highlight here in the Big Take. Then, of course, Russia.
Here we go.
I'm so happy it's back.
It is great.
I'm so happy.
Must be election season, right?
It must be.
Yeah. Jim Acosta and that little bald little walrus, Brian Stelter, who, oh, by the way, CNN just rehired. Very interesting. We got to get to
all
that
the king's
story.
horses, all the king's horses, and all the king's men put Humpty Dumpty back on CNN. That's what happened.
They're putting the van back together of disinformation experts. So we will get to that. Also, the Wallses for Trump, a photo that I thought had to be fake, but apparently is not. We'll talk about that this morning. Kamala Harris, oh, by the way, has officially agreed to all of the stipulations for the debate coming up on Tuesday. And how about this? Phil just handed me this right before the show. A direct quote from the Harris campaign saying, quote, Vice President Kamala Harris, a former prosecutor, will be fundamentally disadvantaged by this format, which will serve to shield Donald Trump from direct exchanges with the vice president. Kamala Harris fundamentally disadvantaged? I mean, it's like, is her own campaign admitting that she's kind of a dunce, kind of brain dead?
And how is this a fundamental disadvantage for Kamala Harris when her friends are moderating the debate? Like,
Right.
I understand, and the network is owned by somebody who her husband, Dougie Doritos, is best friends with. Come on.
Excuse me.
I'm speaking.
I'm speaking.
Donna Brazile. Yeah, I'm speaking. That's going to be her. Please. I hope he has a good comeback for that one. I'm sure he will. But Donna Brazile, remember Donna Brazile leaked, the Hillary questions when she was on CNN.
Right.
She's at ABC.
Mm-hmm.
It's a slam dunk.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about it. All right, we got a lot to get to, a loaded cut sheet, and then also some of the tragedies that occurred yesterday with the Georgia school shooting. Some thoughts on that. And also, speaking of school shootings, the Nashville shooter, the manifesto from that tragedy back in, March of 2023.
Yeah.
Interesting that 18 months later it's released, and we will get to that as well. But before we get to all of it, let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:05. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. We are sponsored this Thursday morning in Kayal Company News Live, sponsored by Holland Flooring. A man was shot and killed in Philadelphia's Old Section last night. Restaurants were still open, still bustling near 2nd and Chestnut Streets. Police still this morning working, they say, to figure out exactly what happened here and the details of what happened, and obviously searching for that shooter. They say they do have surveillance footage that proves to be helpful, and say it happened right in front of several businesses right there in Old City as people were still out for the evening on a Wednesday evening. Bars, clubs, restaurants open for business, and many of them thankfully do have those exterior surveillance cameras which did capture and record the victim getting shot here. So in this surveillance video, police say the 33-year-old victim approaches the driver's side of a vehicle. The door opens, and you see the victim collapse to the ground after being shot. The shooter then drives away.
Okay.
So we don't have any, we don't have more information on what happened here. Did he know the individual? Was he going to the wrong vehicle? So the victim was shot multiple times, rushed to a nearby hospital where he was pronounced dead. 5 shots were fired. There was a gun next to his body when police arrived. They don't know if that was his gun. Was that the gun of the person who killed him? we don't have that information.
You know, it's amazing to me, Dawn, every time we have a school shooting, the first thing the Democrats say is, we've got to get rid of guns. We've got to have better vetting processes to see how people are acquiring these firearms. Yet when we're in like cities like Philadelphia and these shootings just happen every single day, I never hear that line of talking and those talking points from the Democrats. It's only in these little isolated schools in rural counties that you end up seeing this type of verbiage. Kind of interesting, right?
Yeah, it's a great point that it happened. So we'll continue to follow that one as police investigate and search for that gunman. We have 4 people, 2 students, 2 teachers killed yesterday, Appalachia High School. I know we'll talk about it in Georgia. A 14-year-old opened fire, went on a rampage before surrendering to school resource officers. We know that of the 14-year-olds, one of the 14-year-olds, according to the 14-year-old's parents, was on the autism
I saw that
spectrum.
Yeah. Terrible story. You know, it's
oh my goodness.
It's so ridiculous that I read one of the reports. Again, it's a report. I have no idea how accurate it is, but I think it's true that the shooter, the 14-year-old, was on the FBI's radar for over a year, since 2023. So, okay, Christopher Wray, another one that just kind of slipped through the cracks, buddy. I mean, I know we're tracking down gray-haired grandmas from 3.5 years ago, that dared to, stroll the grounds of the Capitol. But maybe we should focus on the things that really matter. Just a thought.
I don't know, Nick. The report was that the FBI worked with the local authorities. They went to the then 13-year-old's home. And the question here is, that the family said, oh, no, they denied it. They couldn't prove it. The family said, well, we do have hunting rifles here, but he's 13. They're all locked up. They showed the sheriff's office, and they investigated with the local authorities. This is one of those cases where he was on the radar and investigated, and the parents were questioned.
And everything came back
that no, this was not our child. This kid does not have access to the firearms. There was an online threat of a school shooting apparently, and it led the feds to him, but the trail went cold.
I mean, obviously they were wrong because he killed people yesterday. So somebody dropped the ball. What do we just say now? Oh, well, couldn't be my little Johnny. My little Johnny's a good boy at 13. He would never do that. The rifles are locked away. I don't know. I see the FBI knowing about this since 2023, and it still happens. I'd like to point blame at these alphabet agencies. I can't stand any of them.
Yeah,
that's just me.
As a parent,
on the radar.
On the radar, but as a parent, I just will say, because I believe in personal accountability.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
And so what was going on here? We hear this too often, that the parents are oblivious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Either they're oblivious or they're complicit.
Well, we have. I just read a story in the New York Post yesterday that there's this new phenomenon called giving your kid an iPad for 10 hours and calling it a free babysitter.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe parents could, pay attention to their kids every day instead of just giving them these devices and saying, oh, yeah, go get lost. Okay.
Well, speaking of parenting and sons, jury selection set to begin today in Hunter Biden's federal tax trial, just months after the president's son was convicted of gun charges in that separate case. So that tax trial, that's something that we said was going to happen right before the November 5th election this fall. So Hunter Biden in the news again.
Exactly 60 days from the election. Today's September 5th. We're exactly 2 months out.
Yep. Funny how that worked out, right?
Never a slow news day, though, is there?
No, and I'm glad.
Feds in Philadelphia, I'll just headline it, right here in Philadelphia, announcing what they called a takedown of Russian-backed propaganda efforts aimed at influencing the vote, your vote, in the U.S. the federal upcoming election. And other headlines, of course, Trump in Pennsylvania last night, Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania today. We'll talk about all of it moving forward. Our Phils swept in Canada.
They got swept?
No, we swept.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I thought they won the series.
No, we won.
Yeah,
4-2.
I'm telling you. You can, folks, I'm here to tell you, you can check out on baseball. You're good. Just get ready for the playoffs. Everything's on cruise control. Focus on the Eagles tomorrow night, and then we revisit baseball in 27 days or whenever the playoffs start. Told you there was nothing to worry about all summer.
I'm relieved.
These talking sports heads. I'm concerned. Is it time to hit the panic button? Stop.
We are sponsored in the news by Holland Floor Covering, is the region's premier flooring dealer. Reimagine your space with new carpet. What about tile or area rugs? It can add such character and a welcoming experience to your home. Showrooms in Wayne and Newtown, no charge samples, no obligation estimates. Learn more, hollandfloor.com. We have Best Work Industries for the Blind with our forecast. Yes, you said the Eagles are in Brazil. We'll talk about it. The forecast, another stunning day. Ditto of yesterday, high of 80, lower humidity. Little fog this morning, but what another beautiful day in store. Tomorrow, a beautiful day, and then, of course, Saturday hits, and it's going to pour rain.
Ah, jeez. Sounds like a great day to just stay inside and gamble on college football.
No girls dancing.
No, not yet. Well,
not yet.
We've got the weekday dance practices. I had to, by the way, and you've gone through this section of the road. You go Germantown Pike from Bluebell all the way out to Collegeville.
Yeah.
My God. Yesterday it really hit me, Dawn, because I was stuck behind all the school buses. My girls get off the bus at 3:45. They have to be out in Collegeville at dance at 4:30. And one-lane road, single lights, school buses. It's a 9-mile drive. It took
a nightmare.
It took me 48 minutes. Wanted to blow my head off.
You put on the Waze, you figure out all the neighborhood alternate routes.
Yeah,
you become a pro.
My wife's one of those Waze people. Here, turn right on this street. I'm like, we're going straight.
You will be a convert soon, trust me. We are sponsored in our forecast, our beautiful 80-degree sunny forecast, Best Work Industries for the Blind, Changing Lives, nonprofit organization located in Cherry Hill. Best Work Industries for the Blind provides training, employment for people who are blind or visually impaired, for employment opportunities, or if you just want to donate, go to bestworkindustries.org. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:14 Thursday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And the Big Take this morning is brought to you by Wawa, the fight for free speech. You know, the best part of hosting this radio show is that I get to come on here each and every morning and say what is on my mind every single day. 4 hours a day, 5 days a week. I say exactly what I believe. I don't apologize for it. And that's an amazing privilege and also a liberating luxury to have in today's modern climate. And many of you, if not all of you, unfortunately do not get that opportunity. Sure, you can call the show, you can call the station, you can create an X account with an egg for an avatar to conceal your identity, and you have a job. You have to pay for your mortgage, put groceries on the table, and provide for your family. And you cannot say what you truly believe in fear of perhaps losing your job. It's not right, but unfortunately, it's the reality of the world we live in. And lost in all of the election coverage between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris has been more battles for free speech and the First Amendment. From the battle raging in Brazil over Elon Musk's Twitter, now known as X, to what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have said in regards to guardrails and consequences for speech on social media. And there are many ways to look at this election. And we've framed them for you a million times on this show. It could be abortion v. immigration. It could be mean tweets v. cheap gas. It could be liberal women against conservative men. But maybe, just maybe, nothing is bigger than the battle of censorship in a day and age where the mainstream media is no longer the controllers of information and sourcing. Perhaps you've read about this story in Paris. Telegram founder Pavel Durov was detained for his company's alleged illegal conduct. But as the New Yorker writes, quote, his predicament is also a signal of government concern about digital networks' outsized power. The column titled The Arrest of Telegram's Founder Illuminates Global Anxieties About Social Platforms. Why is it that the mainstream media, Democrats, and the government are so triggered by free speech? Here was Kamala Harris a few years ago talking to Jake Tapper about Donald Trump's free speech rights on Facebook and Twitter after he was banned in 2021. Listen and watch this clip.
He has lost his privileges, and it should be taken down. And the bottom line is that you can't say that you have one rule for Facebook and you have a different rule for Twitter. The same rule has to apply, which is that there has to be a responsibility that is placed on these social media sites to understand their power. They are directly speaking to millions and millions of people without any level of oversight or regulation, and that has to stop.
And what about the responsibility of the government and the media with their lies, disinformation, and hoaxes like Russia, 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 or the Steele dossier, and the never-ending hoaxes against Donald Trump? And what did we see? What did we experience during the pandemic? If you spoke out against vaccines and masks, you were flagged, you were shadow banned, temporarily or even permanently kicked off of social media platforms. And ultimately, you were correct. And the establishment and Big Pharma and Fauci, they were wrong. Yet you were the one punished. Have they ever apologized for that, for being wrong and censoring you? If Kamala Harris and Tim Walz get elected, they will further tighten the rope around your First Amendment privileges. In fact, here's the lying VP stooge himself, Tim Walz, on MSNBC. Listen and watch.
I think we need to push back on this. There's no guarantee to free speech on misinformation or hate speech, and especially around our democracy.
Timmy, but what are your thoughts on the Hunter Biden laptop that was once deemed misinformation, only to be true? By the way, great journalism from Miranda Devine of the New York Post. Still waiting for Timmy to comment on that one. And speaking of democracy, why does the New York Times hate democracy and the Constitution so much? A myriad of headlines from the Times over the last handful of months and years, with headlines that include, as you'll see on YouTube right now, the Constitution is sacred. Is it also dangerous? How about this one? Is the Constitution obstructing American democracy? What about this one? The Constitution is broken and should not be reclaimed. Others include, the Constitution won't save us from Trump. The U.S. lacks what every democracy needs. And let's give up on the Constitution. Basically, if it doesn't come from the government or the lamestream media, it needs to be shut down immediately and automatically questioned. And where would we be today without Elon Musk, if not for his purchase of X, the creation of Truth Social, the invention of Rumble, of course, Fox News, Newsmax, and of course, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and other free speech platforms? It would be a one-way street on speech and the sharing of information. Here's Kevin O'Leary on Fox Business. Listen and watch this clip.
As far as I'm concerned, Elon Musk is a modern-day Bruce Wayne. I mean, this guy has been so successful in so many sectors, so I'm a huge fan. And what I really love about him is his executional skills. But he's also got another trait which I find very endearing, and you may or may not like this. He's a real poo-poo disturber, if you know what I mean. He just doesn't give a poo-poo. And I love that about him. He doesn't care what country, what dictator, what leader, what judiciary. If they don't want his technology over the Amazon, where they need high-speed internet, he's happy to shut it off. He doesn't care. If he doesn't get free speech, which is why he paid $42 billion for Twitter in the beginning, he owns it. He controls it. It's private. He can do whatever he likes.
And speaking of Elon Musk and X, let's get to the big sticking point. Brazil and free speech in their country on Elon's platform. The news coming down on Tuesday that Elon Musk's Starlink company will actually comply with a court order in Brazil to block access to X. According to Axios, Starlink has been caught in the crosshairs of a misinformation versus freedom of speech battle between Brazilian Supreme Court Justice Alexandre de Moraes and Musk's X. Brazilian telecom agency Anatel told Media Sunday that Starlink informed the regulator that it wouldn't comply with the order to block X until officials released the internet satellite business assets that Moraes froze as he sought to make Musk's social media company comply with a separate order. X has been banned in Brazil since last Saturday after it violated requirements by failing to appoint by a court-opposed deadline a legal representative for the social media platform in the country, which is required for matters including the takedown of accounts. X closed its Brazil offices last month, and both the company and Musk have accused Moraes of censorship and destroying free speech over his orders. And speaking of Brazil and free speech, we touched on this a little bit yesterday, but it's certainly imperative with the game coming up tomorrow. The Eagles will be in Brazil Friday night for their Week 1 season opener of the 2024 NFL campaign against the Green Bay Packers. Eagles cornerback Darius Slay had this to say about player safety in Brazil. Listen and watch this clip.
Week 1, I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait, but man, I do not want to go to Brazil. You want to know why? I'm here to tell you why. They already told us not to leave the hotel. They told us we can't do too much going on because the crime rate is crazy. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, NFL, why y'all want to send us somewhere with the crime rate this high? And like, we out the country. So, you know, the first thing people think is like something terrible can possibly happen. I told my family, do not come down there because, like, I'm not going to be nowhere to be found. Really, I'm going to be in a hotel chilling, minding my business, playing my game after a long 9.5-hour flight. So I don't have no intentions on doing that. I'm going to eat hotel food. I'm doing everything. But they said, yeah, man, it's going to be pretty crazy down there. You know, the police said they're going to be, you know, try to be the best they could possibly be with the top flight security of the world, Craig. You know what I'm saying? So we hope for that, man. But I do go.
So, of course, in today's apology culture that we live in, Big Play Slay had to issue a statement on social media, the corner tweeting yesterday, I want to apologize to anyone I offended. That wasn't my intention. I'm looking forward to playing in your beautiful country, and I've heard y'all are very passionate, just like our amazing Eagles fan. Just a few more days. Can't wait. The only people Slay offended were probably the NFL, Commissioner Roger Goodell, Brazil, and perhaps the Eagles organization, or this came at the behest of Slay's agent who said, hey, why don't you walk that back? I say, screw that. Do not apologize because the NFL doesn't care about your safety. They care about one thing, turning a profit. And they also should care about free speech. Bobby Barack of Outkick writing the following, free speech is what allows us to find the truth. Without the truth, we are nothing more than ignorant NPCs who march to the beat of our dear leaders. Why free speech is on the ballot in November. And I agree. There's no doubt that the First Amendment is up for grabs this fall. The battle over thought, words, and the dissemination of opinion hangs in the balance as the global elites know that with each passing day, week, month, and year, the people continue to figure out the game and grow even more disenfranchised and disgruntled, and they are on to their monopoly aspirations over the news cycle and the opinions that are allowed to be shared. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you this morning by Wawa. Wawa has Southwest flavors like the roasted chicken fajita veggie quesadilla or the beefsteak burrito with salsa roja. Try a burrito, bowl, or quesadilla today and build it just how you like. Gotta have a Wawa. 855-839-1210. You can let your tweets rip on social media at 1210 WPHT. Or, of course, you can fire up the YouTube chat. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. And while you're there, hit the like and subscribe buttons. We'll get everybody's thoughts on the free speech battle that is raging across the globe right now. And then 3 words back in your news feed. Russia, Russia, Russia. Trump must be leading Kamala. We're back after this here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is known for being South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. Choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area or have their master jewelers create a one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
And now Martha Stewart for Skechers. When I make a dish or embark on a craft project, I always use the finest, most fabulous ingredients and materials. Which is why, when it comes to footwear, I love Skechers. Because Skechers is the comfort technology company and uses the most luxurious, innovative materials and designs to make wondrously comfortable footwear with all the fits and features like Arch Fit and Skechers' world-famous air-cooled memory foam. It's exactly the way I'd make shoes.
Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
And welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments.
Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Bob Casey is lying to seniors. Listen to this whopper.
We're lowering prescription drug costs. Lowering prescription drug costs?
Not even close. Prices for medications are soaring. Casey's had nearly 2 decades in Washington. He hasn't fixed it. He's made it worse. Casey even voted for higher taxes on seniors' Social Security benefits. That's right. Casey pushed higher taxes on seniors. Casey also voted for a bill that could raise out-of-pocket drug costs for seniors. Seniors are already struggling with sky-high prices. But instead of helping, Bob Casey is trying to fool seniors and hide his failed record. Casey has had nearly 20 years in Washington. What's he given us? Higher costs and higher taxes. That's the real Bob Casey. He's wrong for Pennsylvania. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Bowling Green. Coverage starts at 11:30 a.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. It's that time for the Rescue Natural Supplement Labor Day Sale, the ultimate celebration of savings and well-being. Right now, all Rescue supplements are slashed up to 70% off. Plus, enjoy free shipping, too. So whether you're searching for immune support, joint care, heart health, or a youthful glow, Rescue has health essentials for everyone. Take a break. Celebrate your workplace achievements with savings on a probiotic, omega-3s, multivitamins, and so much more. Call them at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant, or you can shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Celebrate Labor Day with 30 to 70% off. Again, all Rescue products are slashed up to 70% off site-wide. No codes needed. Just call or go to res-q.com to get this Labor Day deal right now. Start feeling like a new you with Rescue today.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
I want it all. I want it all. I want it all. And I want it now.
Oh, yeah, Kayal Company. We do want it all. We're kind of like Democrats on this show. We want all the power, all the control, all the domination. Big shout out to everybody for making Kayal and Company a very successful show as our August numbers came in. And once again, surprise, surprise, we knocked it out of the park. So a big thank you to this audience. A big thanks to Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Sean Farish, Tony Bruno, and everybody that contributes to this show. And, of course, the audience for giving us all of your time. We certainly appreciate it. You know, we got to get into the Russia stuff, and I want to get to that in about 5 minutes here. But just some thoughts here on the free speech from the Big Take this morning. This stuff is really starting to get under my skin, especially with what's going on in Brazil. Now, I don't expect the NFL to walk it back and not play a game there over something that's going on in the free speech or even in the business world. But I got to read Darius Slay's apology yesterday. Ugh. And all these other free speech clips that I gave you of Tim Walz and Kamala Harris. I mean, I truly, and this is not me trying to sell fear. And I don't think, in the next 6 months, all of your free speech rights are going to be gone. But it's a slow, gradual, steady process of kind of putting a vice grip on the First Amendment. And I want to get both of your thoughts on this. Dawn, I want to ask you this because you're the journalist. I only went to school and took one journalism class. It was Intro to Broadcast Journalism at Temple. But why are more journalists across the media spectrum, whether it's in print, TV, or digital, left-wing or right-wing, why are more journalists not more triggered and upset over what's happening to the First Amendment in this country? I would think as a journalist that this would bother everybody.
Because, first of all, I think free speech, just ask Elon Musk, free speech is not free. That's what we're learning. And so you think about, and it takes us back to even look at Abbeygate, look at Afghanistan, look at the importance of commemorating and thanking our military veterans. Free speech is not free. This First Amendment, our Constitution, all of this is under fire. Mm-hmm. And that's what hits me. And it's, this is a big deal. I just cringe when I hear somebody say, even the Lex Friedman, the podcast you were airing yesterday with, he was saying in that interview with Trump how some of his friends are concerned about Trump, this and that and the other. And it's like, I just think so many independents and conservatives and Democrats who are actually Democrats, not far left progressives, they're missing the point of what's happening today. I mean, Sean Farish saying, hey, I'm rereading George Orwell's 1984. This is what's happening today in our country. This is a war. Yeah. It's a battle.
Yep. Yeah. I don't know what's more scary, the fact that it's actually happening and playing out like written in that book, or there are so many people out there that are either oblivious to it actually occurring or they just don't care that it's occurring. That's also the scary part. And Sean, I want to get your thoughts on free speech. I just read this headline from Jonathan Turley, legal scholar for Fox News, who says he just penned a column for FoxNews.com. The Harris-Walz administration would be the perfect nightmare for free speech. Your thoughts on what's happening here with the restrictions of the First Amendment?
Well, it totally would be a perfect nightmare, right? I mean, you have Kamala Harris, 2019 or 2020, whenever it was, saying that Donald Trump's Twitter account should be coming down. You have Tim Walz saying there's no guarantee. The First Amendment isn't absolute. There's no guarantee to free speech in this country. Yes, there is. There is a guarantee to free speech in this country. It's called the First Amendment. Okay, that guarantees our rights to free speech, among other things. And you mentioned, earlier that the Constitution has been, slandered and attacked by the New York Times. They're calling it dangerous. Yeah. They're saying, should we abandon it? Should we change it? Should we really listen to it? Is that what we want for our country going forward? And the reason why they're doing that is because the Constitution is the one thing in this country, and people think that's where we get our rights. No. We get our rights from the Creator, whomever you believe your Creator is. Many people believe it's God. Other people believe it's something else. Fine. You get your rights from your Creator. They're unalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Yes, that's the Declaration of Independence, but you get the point. Mm-hmm. The Constitution exists to restrict the power of the federal government and protect the rights of the American people. What the left is trying to do is take the Constitution and use it as a weapon instead of understanding that those are the guardrails that keep the government from spilling over into our lives. And they've blown that stop sign a million times, right? So here's the problem. Here's the problem with those lines of attack is, yes, it's now painfully obvious that in order to enforce their agenda and impose their will, they have to crack down on free speech. They can't have dissenting voices. And that's what troubles me about Darius Slay. I mean, you played this clip. He basically said, I don't want to go to Brazil because there's crime. What is wrong with, why was he forced to apologize? Yeah. That's what I want to know. Because if Goodell wants to play this bull crap, right, he can't say that, but Colin Kaepernick can walk on the NFL field with the pig socks with the cops. Mm-hmm. We can disrespect the national anthem. You got Trumaine Johnson with the Rams pushing the hands up, don't shoot hoax from a long time ago. We've got end racism all over the place. Fine. You want to end racism? I'm cool with that. I'm not a racist. Fine. I would love to end racism. You've got all these woke, the woke agendas with the NFL, and they've walked some of that back over the last couple of years because they got a kick in the nuts with the ratings when people were like, hey, enough of this. Mm-hmm. We've got the black national anthem, division all over the place. And this guy says he doesn't want to go to Brazil because of crime. And now he's forced to apologize and have basically put up a hostage tweet. Oh, I'm sorry. No. What are you sorry for? Yep. You're sorry because you're afraid for your safety? Yep. Give me a break.
Well,
you know
they
what?
obviously pressured him.
Mm-hmm.
They pressured him.
Of course they did.
And by the way,
why are they pressuring him?
Yeah,
we should
and
point
not
out,
pressuring other people who say horrible things.
Yep.
We should point out what he said was, he's going to stay in his hotel room. What he said was, I told my family not to come.
Right.
So here's a man worried about the safety and security of his wife, his kids, his family. Mm-hmm. And that's what bothered me as well, that he obviously was told to walk that back. The only other thing I'll say about the First Amendment is, you think about the First Amendment, what they went after during the pandemic, because the First Amendment covers your religious rights, your religious freedoms. And so they want to go after all of that. They told us we couldn't go to church. My church, my parish, they're still trying to come back from, because a lot of people left the Philadelphia parishes, went out to the suburban ones that maybe could stay open.
Sure.
So we've got that. But then what are they coming for next? The Second Amendment.
Uh-huh.
It's
right
the Constitution, right?
Yep.
That's what they're going after. First Amendment, it's not just freedom of the press, so-called, and your freedom of speech, but it's also freedom of religion. And I think that's all the package that they want to go after. They've shown their hand in the pandemic when they shut down churches,
no doubt about it.
Kept open the bars.
Yep.
Liquor stores.
Those first 2 years of the pandemic were a test, right? To see how much power they can take back from the people. If we're in the next wave of a future pandemic, or the next time they try to get, out of their lane and seize power from we the people. 855-839-1210, from free speech to Russia. Boys, if we could have clip 9 ready. This was the breaking news yesterday across the mainstream media networks. I'm not sure if this was from CNN or MSNBC, but either way, it's a bunch of hogwash. But let's hear Russia, and what the DOJ is saying is now the latest widespread election interference backed by the Russians.
Donald Trump's campaign chairman was secretly meeting with Russian intelligence.
Russia interfered with our election, attacked our democracy.
I think he's guilty because he knows.
What did he do?
Well, he's the one who can answer that. I think.
No, what is he? You said he's guilty. What's he guilty of?
Well, I think he feels that there is something that's going to come out about Russia. Remember?
Why are other Americans basically believing Putin? Why did Trump believe Putin more than our 11 intelligence agencies?
I don't know. Do you have a working theory?
I do have a working theory.
Well, the role of the government, in his view, is to advance his political fortunes and destroy his political enemies. So what would a second term look like? It would look a lot like Vladimir Putin in Russia. It would look a lot like Viktor Orban in Hungary. Illiberal democracy.
In 2016, the Russians intervened heavily in our election to try to elect Donald Trump. They intervened with a massive social media campaign run out of St. Petersburg. They intervened by hacking the Democratic Party. Well, it is like Watergate in the sense that you had a break-in at the Democratic headquarters, in this case a virtual one, not a physical break-in. And you had a president as part of a cover-up. And here you have a president doing a different kind of cover-up.
Are you worried that Putin could be attempting, and the Kremlin could be attempting to intervene in our election in 2024? And should we all be spending more time talking about that?
I am very concerned about it. It wouldn't be the first time that Russia's intervened in our election.
No.
It wouldn't be the first time they've done it to try to help elect Donald Trump. And they have so much more at stake today than they did back in 2016. With the war going on in Ukraine, with NATO enlarging around it, they feel beleaguered. And here comes Donald Trump, a real lifeline. They have more at stake. They have less reason to avoid risk. The United States is supporting Ukraine in the war, or has been until Trump's influence on the GOP. So they have more at stake now than they did before. They have less risk aversion than they did before. So, yes, we should fully expect them to engage. It's just a question of how much they engage.
All right, so there you go. All the weasels over the years from 2016, 2020, and even recently here in 24. As the news came down yesterday that the Biden administration has accused Russia of a, quote, sustained effort to influence the 2024 election. You know, this is so ridiculous. I mean, Sean, this is once again a debunked hoax. We know that it is a stone cold lie. And now yesterday, the Justice Department announced that it is seizing 32 domains tied to a Russian influence campaign accused of spreading propaganda to influence voters in U.S. and foreign elections. The DOJ also announced charges Wednesday against Russian nationals connected to an alleged scheme to influence U.S. audiences with content that included hidden Russian government messaging. The court document alleges that a Russian state media network, previously called Russia Today, deployed nearly $10 million to finance and direct a Tennessee-based online content creation company that has posted nearly 2,000 videos. The 32-page indictment alleges that the pair worked to deceive two U.S. online commentators who have millions of YouTube subscribers, falsely claiming the company was sponsored by a fictional private investor. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe the two that have been accused of this are Benny Johnson and is it Tim Pool from the Timcast? I think those are the two.
I think those were the two.
Okay.
And then the indictment is of Tenet Media, and that is run by Lauren Chen, I believe, who's a YouTuber and an influencer. And this whole thing, whole Russia thing.
And what's so ridiculous, if anybody actually believes this nonsense, is it's all been proven to be a lie. And the Democrats, once again, they are always the biggest violators and the perpetrators of what they accuse others of doing. Election interference. I mean, my God, it's come from the deep state. It's come from big tech, the censoring and the suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop story from the New York Post. You know, the lab leak for COVID. Well, that's fake news. But of course, there are multiple federal agencies that say it's strongly possible, if not probable, that COVID was in fact a lab leak in China. I've got Amazon Alexa committing election interference. We've got Kathy Hochul and countless Democrats sleeping with or employing Chinese spies. But I'm to believe that the DOJ, AG Merrick Garland, and FBI Director Christopher Wray, two guys who have a, quote, you know what on for getting Donald Trump and conservatives, are to be believed now that Russian and what exactly is Russian interference? I mean, is it Republican talking points? Is it, we've got a border issue, we've got an economy issue, we've got a crime issue? Because I guess that would make Sean Farish, Dawn Stensland, and Nick Kayal all Russian assets, right? I mean, this is so ridiculous.
Zdravstvuyte, как дела, right? That's Russian, okay? That means hello, how are you?
Yes.
And that's it. They're going to show up at the front door. It's great. You know, it's funny. I learned Russian in high school. Somebody put me on a list on X. It said disinformatia or whatever. It was like disinformation. And I was like, oh, wow, good thing I know how to read Russian because I was on this list. You know, here's the crazy part about it, okay? Let's go back to 2016. All right, they did Russia with the P tape, okay? The dossier and all this other nonsense. Okay, that was 2016. Then you have the Mueller report, okay? Let's follow this. This is crazy. Then you have the Mueller report, 2018 midterms. They used that to interfere in the 2018 midterms. They deployed Russia again in 2020, as you mentioned, Nick, with the Hunter Biden laptop. They called it Russian disinformation, right? 2022's midterms, that cloud was still hanging over the Hunter Biden laptop story, you know, that it was Russian disinformation. We couldn't trust it. And then 2 weeks after the 2022 midterms, we found out from, what was her name? Catherine Herridge, I think, over there at CBS. Oh, by the way, because she's great, but her report came out after the midterms. The laptop was real the whole time. It wasn't Russian disinformation. That's 4 election cycles in a row.
Mm-hmm.
And now Russia is back again for a 5th election cycle in a row. And you know where? I'm going to tell you where they're going to steer this whole thing. You asked if it's Republican talking points. You know what the biggest quote unquote propaganda is that Russia is probably disseminating here in the United States? It's probably the anti-Ukraine sentiment, right? That, the United States should stop sending aid to Ukraine because we have our own problems. Well, Russia didn't come up with that. We came up with that.
Mm-hmm.
We have got potholes in the road. We've got homeless veterans. The infrastructure is crumbling. The hell with Ukraine. I don't care about what goes on over. Seriously, I don't. I don't want to see people die, but it's that I need to fix our bridges. We need to secure our border. If the Russians were on our southern border, would we build a wall? Because we seem to want to build it for Ukraine and fortify their border because the big, bad, scary Russians are coming.
Mm-hmm.
But over here, when the bad hombres from Tren de Aragua start storming apartment complexes in Colorado and robbing convenience stores in Denver, we don't seem to have a problem with it.
Yep.
We want to go and fortify other countries' borders instead.
Mm-hmm.
So this whole Russian thing, this is the 5th election cycle in a row they're trying it. I don't think anybody's falling for it anymore, but you got the same players.
Yeah.
Lisa Monaco is back, Deputy Attorney General of the United States. Brian Stelter just got rehired at CNN.
Ken
the whole
Delaney
band is back together. Ken Delaney. The whole band is back together. It's all, the Avengers have assembled again.
Dawn, you lived it 8-9 years ago when this happened the first time around when you were doing the show with Zioli. Your thoughts on the desperate attempts again of throwing out Russia?
Yeah, this one, as far as with Trump and the Steele dossier, I just wonder why nobody went after anybody behind that. And that's something different because that was really Americans allegedly interrupting the election and trying to throw the election, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in the situation with the Hunter Biden laptop story, that appears to be Americans once again trying to suppress and oppress what we now know it was truthful, Miranda Devine, truthful reporting. In this one, what I understand here, because the influencers themselves, Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and Benny Johnson.
Yes, Dave's the other guy. I forgot. Yep.
They're saying that they were basically victims of the disinfo campaign. That
that's what the indictment says.
Right?
Yes, correct.
But they're saying, hey, if this was some kind of a campaign, we never took money. We were just, they didn't have any contact with, as far as Tenet reporting to them that they were producing these videos.
Yeah.
So, to me, what were the videos? And I guess the videos were more, pro-Russia and anti-Ukraine.
Which I can't wrap my head around the whole Russia stuff when it pertains to Democrat versus Republican. Because when you think about Russia invading Ukraine, whose watch did it happen under? It happened under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. So right, Sean, you would think if you're Putin, you would love to have Harris in office, because if Harris is in office, Putin can do whatever the hell he wants. Well, if Trump comes back, he knows. I mean, he never attacked Ukraine when Trump was the boss.
You said you would think, right? Putin would prefer Harris in office. Wouldn't it be funny if we can go on to the Associated Press, go back to February 15th, 2024, one day after Valentine's Day. Could you believe that? Putin said, this is the headline. You ready? Putin says Russia prefers Biden to Trump. I mean, that's what it says.
Mm-hmm.
And this is great because you have the Krasensteins on X, these clowns. I mean, complete and total. You want to talk about, they had a problem with a run-in with Russia and selling domains to them, according to the Daily Mail. But I even put this in. I said, you understand? And his replies, because he's fun to mess with on there, Brian. I put in there, you understand Putin says he prefers Biden. He goes, oh, no. That's reverse psychology. He actually doesn't. I said, oh. So when Russia postures that, and when it's reported, right, that there's unsubstantiated claims that Russia is posturing to help Donald Trump, right?
Yep.
People are telling you what they're thinking. Now it's a story. But when Putin explicitly says he prefers Joe Biden, no, he's lying. It can't be the truth. These people, they have no credibility. And my dad has been saying this forever, since the Hillary Clinton one. He goes, there is no way Russia prefers a stronger American military and a vision for one under Trump. There's no way they prefer that over Hillary Clinton's reset button, right? There's just no way.
Yep.
Okay. Use your head. If you are the head of state of Russia, a rival to the United States, do you want the guy who says he's going to put America first and make America great again? Or do you want the person, I want to do a new way forward and we're going to get along with everybody, one world? Of course you want the weak, incompetent, cackling hyena. Answer this to me. Why would a former KGB agent not want a communist to run the United States? This has been their goal for years.
Of course it has.
Come on.
Been. Yep. Well said. 855-839-1210. And, of course, this coming out, I believe it was CNN's Jim Acosta, one of the biggest weasels out there that had this story first yesterday, which, by the way, happens less than 24 hours after little walrus boy Brian Stelter says, I'm returning to CNN in a brand new role as chief media analyst.
But I think part of this, you started out by talking about free speech and the First Amendment.
Yeah.
Part of this, I think, is to discredit the so-called MAGA media.
Yep.
And under the swirl of this, what happens is right before an election, DOJ, and why do they have to come to Philadelphia? Why don't they stay in D.C.? I don't remember. When did Merrick Garland last hold a news conference in Philadelphia?
Yeah.
Why here?
Right.
So
Dawn, you're right about this.
You're
right about this MAGA media thing.
So
how many times already this morning I've been accused of waiting for my Russian check because, it's just,
okay,
we're already on X. That's what they're doing.
Yep.
So trying to discredit so that people are like, wait a minute, we're people who support Trump. What? They were taking money from. So I just think they're trying to be disruptors.
Yep. And the irony being, as Stelter posted yesterday, I'll be appearing on TV, developing digital content, and once again helming the Reliable Sources newsletter from CNN. Reliable Sources, the guy that was pushing Russia on CNN, that is now known as a lie. All right, coming up next, we will get to the news with Dawn Stensland, and then apparently Tim Walz' family are big Donald Trump supporters, and we have the visual proof to show you. But first, a word from my friends at Piazza Mazda in Westchester, where right now you can check out the 2024 CX-30. The dynamic CX-30 offers 8 different trim levels, which is going to create that perfect fit for every single lifestyle out there. When it comes to performance, iActive all-wheel drive is standard, and the available turbocharged engine packs a surprising punch. Safety features such as blind spot monitoring and lane assist LED to keep you in comfortable hands. That's why the 2024 CX-30 has earned a 5-star overall safety rating. Visit Piazza Mazda in Westchester, Reading, or online today at piazzamazda.com and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Texting enrolls in recurring automated text marketing messages. Message frequency varies. Message and data rates may apply. Reply help for help or stop to opt out.
Are you drinking too much? Is alcohol affecting your relationships? Could drinking be affecting your job?
Hi, I'm Jonathan, founder of Or Health. I struggled with alcohol misuse for 15 years. I tried self-help, therapy, and traditional 12-step programs, but nothing really worked. That's why I started Or Health. Or Health provides access to safe and effective medication, FDA approved for the treatment of alcohol issues. A daily pill proven to reduce alcohol cravings and make it easier to drink less or quit.
To join the thousands who are drinking less or who have quit altogether, text CHECK to 710-710. You'll be sent a secure link to Or Health's private online assessment. If treatment is right for you, a licensed medical professional will prescribe medication for discreet and convenient delivery to your door. Just text CHECK to 710-710. That's CHECK to 710-710.
Not available in all states. For SMS terms, privacy policy, risk, and restrictions, please go to orhealth.com/terms. Use as directed.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
New Jeeps from $269 a month at turnersbilljeep.com. Drive a new Wrangler, Grand Cherokee, Compass, or Ram truck from $269 a month at turnersbilljeep.com. 2024 Compass, 4-cylinder auto, $269 a month, 7,500 miles, close-in lease, 39 months with $2269 due at inception. Total payments $12,491. MSRP $35,340. VIN number RT175028. Residual $19,083. Tax and tax extra. Not valid with trade-in. $599 doc fee. Ends 9/7/24.
Support the Evesham Township Police Foundation. See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, Saturday, October 26th.
Conklin doing his thing, his best voices, his best shtick. Joe's family is just, they're like back from the Osmonds. They're Osmonds on steroids. They're unbelievable.
They made fun of the Cowboys, though. I've known him for such a long time, but I did not know he could sing like that.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Imagine taking a shower that never runs out of hot water. Well, here's some good news. Bradford White's Infinity Series GS and GR tankless water heaters deliver endless hot water whenever you need it. They're highly efficient too, saving you energy and money. Like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. How you heat your water matters. Learn more about our Infinity Series tankless water heaters at bradfordwhite.com.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and you're not using a PDQ POS system, it's time to make the switch. PDQ POS will not only save you time, effort, and money, but it's the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available. That's why PDQ POS has been the top-rated restaurant management system for over 35 years. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help your business succeed. Visit pdqpos.com.
This is a commercial for California Psychics, America's most trusted psychic network. So, if you're waiting for a sign, this is it. No, really, this is it. You won't see your soulmate's face in the clouds or your career path mapped out in your cappuccino foam. This really is it. We could add some dramatic sound effects if you'd like. So what you waiting for? Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 7:01. Hour number 2 here on this Thursday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. Greg Stocker will be back tomorrow. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45. Your call is certainly welcomed at 855-839-1210. We will get to Tim Wall's family members with a revelation yesterday. Some would call it a bombshell photo because we have to have everything in capital letters when we tweet these days. We'll get to that coming up, as well as the tragedy in Georgia yesterday in a high school in Winder, Georgia, just about 45, 50 miles north of Atlanta. So that's coming up as well. But before we get to all of that, let's get to some of the news, some of the things that maybe we haven't discussed in the first hour. And with that, for round number 2, I give you the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. This Thursday morning, a beautiful sunny day in store for us. Starting out quite chilly, still not breaking 60 degrees this morning. So still in the upper 50s, depending on where you are in Center City, Philadelphia, 59 degrees. Sponsored by Natural Lands here in Kayal and Company News Live. So we know, as far as the headlines, as far as the campaign, we know that Kamala Harris, the vice president, and vying for the big job of the president, will be in Pennsylvania today. And former President Donald J. Trump in Pennsylvania yesterday. So we know now that they've agreed on the rules for the Philadelphia presidential debate, and networks opening up this morning with, graphics that say it's a showdown that's set. So that is one of the big stories focusing on Philadelphia this morning.
Yeah. So we're 5 days away, if my math is correct? Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, about 5 days. This to me reminds me, I'm going to give you a football analogy, Sean and Dawn. This is like that opening weekend of college football when the big juggernaut plays the real little small school and they beat them by 40 on opening weekend. I think that's what Donald Trump's going to do to the word salad queen coming up on Tuesday night. Just my early spoiler, but we got to let it play out. That's why they play the game, right?
She's fundamentally disadvantaged after all.
Yes, that's right. She's challenged.
But I think he takes...
What a stupid thing.
Yeah, it is. But you know what? I think because of look at everything we've talked about and the media bias, I don't think he's taking anything for granted. I think that, right?
And
because,
No Republican should take anything for granted over what happened 4 years ago. I mean, you got to have a head on a swivel, Sean, and you've got to do everything you possibly can, whether it's early voting on Election Day, getting people to register to vote, which, by the way, that's the other battle. I know we've trimmed in Pennsylvania the registered voters from Democrats with like a 600,000 or 700,000 registered voter advantage down to about 350,000. That's only half the battle. Registering step 1. Step 2 is actually going out and voting and making sure you do your job, right?
Yeah.
So true.
Well, the best part is we talked about it yesterday. I think that among newly registered voters, Donald Trump holds a massive lead.
Yes.
So it's just now it's about getting those people to the polls.
Yep.
Yeah, it's funny that a lot of the media is leading, even still this morning, with, we've talked about it this week, the battle over the microphones, whether they should be live, whether they should be muted, and how Harris and her campaign were still fighting. That was one of the most contentious things, how they were fighting to keep the mics live.
Mm-hmm.
So they wanted that so that she had all of her one-liners. They were all set with that as far as her reactions to him.
Speaking.
I still think the muted microphones are going to be to her advantage, because I think, much like Joe, if Trump starts to go off and give her the business, I think she could be totally rattled. And I think lost in all of this, This is going to be her first debate in a long, long time.
You know what? I didn't even think of that. That's a
right?
good point.
Like Trump just debated 2 months ago. Trump's already in game shape. Kamala Harris hasn't even gone through a game yet. Right.
She hasn't debated. The last time she debated, Tulsi Gabbard ended her career in 120 seconds.
There you go.
So,
but remember that with the doesn't it, this at this point this seems like 10 years ago, or it seems like 20 years ago. But I think of Mike Pence in the Veep debate with Harris, right?
Mm-hmm.
And everybody talked about the fly stuck in his hairspray in his hair, and he was perfect.
Yeah.
Pence was perfect.
Mm-hmm.
And she was a nightmare.
Yep.
And nobody would really acknowledge that.
Right.
He was pretty fly for a white guy.
Little offspring play by you. Nice work.
Nice. Very nice.
Yep.
So that's in the political realm. We talked about the fact that Merrick Garland was here holding a news conference in Philadelphia. Philadelphia and Pennsylvania really in the spotlight, and I think that shows you the fact that we are in the focus as the premier swing state, and that's certainly something we'll see continuing until November 5th. As far as in Philadelphia crime, the search for killers in Philadelphia within less than the past 12 hours. In Kensington, a young father was shot while holding his baby. He was clearly the target, holding his baby, who then was injured but not shot and recovering in the hospital. There was a man who was stabbed in South Philadelphia overnight and early this morning. And then the Old City crime that I talked about, where a guy in his early 30s was shot and killed right there in Old City while all the restaurants were bustling and busy with customers, bars, restaurants. Right in Old City, he stepped out to address a car, the passenger side of a vehicle. You see the door open in the video, and the surveillance video. There were 5 shots fired, and the guy was shot and killed right out there on the street. So we don't have his identity. We don't have a lot of information on these, just that we have the search for 3 more killers in Philadelphia. Let's put it that way. They're unrelated and across the city.
That list is starting to really add up, isn't it?
Yeah. We have a lot of breaking news and a lot of traffic news and traffic jams this morning. Water gushing from a broken water main in a busy Northeast Philadelphia intersection this morning. Sorry if this affects you, but it's at the intersection of Grant Ave and Academy Road, right near the Aldi. And so the roadway appeared to buckle as the water then flooded that intersection. So it's kind of a domino effect.
Mm-hmm.
Traffic was getting by earlier, but the rest of the intersection they had to close, and now I'm being told it's a hot mess. So
it just means they can spend more time with Kayal and Company on 1210.
That's
right.
right.
Yep. Traffic's our friend in morning radio.
A water main break. There's no election going on, right?
Yeah,
we're not in Georgia.
That's a good one. That's right. Remember that? Except there wasn't a lot of water.
Yeah.
No, apparently the urinal malfunctioned, but they called it something else. So, I mean, that's still a crisis. Don't get me wrong. But you have to send everybody home for a leaky urinal? I don't think so.
No.
We've talked about back to school. We've been updating you we've talked a little bit about the tragedy at the Georgia high school. 4 were shot dead, 2 students, 2 teachers, and we're now being told that the gunman, a 14-year-old, was taken into custody, but in fact targeted and killed an autistic child who was a 9th grader at the school. That's one of the headlines this morning.
Mm-hmm.
We still don't have the motive.
Yeah.
And Nick had mentioned earlier that this 14-year-old, I have to say, alleged gunman, this 14-year-old will be charged as an adult.
Good.
Facing these
Good.
murder charges, but was on the radar of law enforcement, including the feds, a year ago.
Yeah, he's a coward is what he is. You kill an autistic child, as somebody who, my wife, her sister has Down syndrome. Obviously different than autism, but still you have somebody that's at a disadvantage. It's bad enough that you'd go to a school and shoot anybody that's completely functional, much less somebody that's got a disability like that.
That's sick.
It's disgusting.
This one is for Sean Farish because we do want to update the crimes in Philadelphia and as well South Philadelphia. So they're looking. It's another seafood heist.
Wait, another one.
This is the one from yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yesterday morning.
We're not dealing with three. Okay, there was the tuna heist, and then there was this one with the pallets. There's not a third one, right? Someone didn't commandeer an entire truckload of fried galamata. That's not what happened.
But it was. So they're still searching for whoever these three vehicles full of individuals who took the seafood.
I mean, all you have to do is have a nose that still
you
can still. Yeah, we're hot on their scent. Yeah, it's a bunch of rotten fish.
Well, no, this was crab.
Okay,
excuse me,
crab.
not tuna, crab,
shellfish.
So $42,000 worth of crab.
On a side note, my brother.
How much money worth the crab? Did you say $42,000 worth of crab?
That's what they're saying.
It's a down payment on a house.
Who are you selling
That's
that?
a lot of crab.
Yeah,
you're not eating it.
I
Who
know.
are you selling it? We got to find out. There's a black market seafood industry happening in Philadelphia.
There is.
We got to get to the bottom of it. This is the scandal of the century.
It really is. These are the kind of crimes I need solved ASAP.
Oh,
we
look.
need, 48-hour mystery, true crime documentaries on the seafood crime epidemic in Philadelphia.
Seafood crime.
Yeah.
We need the Investigative Discovery Channel to set up shop here in Philadelphia.
Yes, to catch a thief.
I think we should blame the seafood. Blame the crabs.
I think we should blame Russia. Because
Yeah.
why the hell not?
I think it was the
Russians did it.
Yeah, you're right.
Does
anybody know where Benny Johnson was yesterday?
One of the headlines is fish markets on the edge after thousands of dollars in crab meat stolen during a major heist in Philadelphia.
Dawn, could this lead to fishflation?
Fishflation. That's what it is. It's big fish is to blame.
The big fish.
Big fish. There's always a bigger fish.
But it's obviously, they're calling it an organized operation of thieves, you think?
Mm-hmm.
So we've got that investigation going on. Police are very busy. And Barron Trump was spotted, speaking of back to school, more positive story and a positive note. Barron Trump looking good in his polo shirt, collared shirt, spotted arriving at New York University for the start of classes yesterday after his father, Donald J. Trump, former president, speaking out, talking about how proud he is of his son, who's very smart and was accepted into a lot of colleges. But this is the Stern School of Business. And so Barron Trump attending NYU.
How do you guys think he will be treated on campus in New York City, NYU, very prestigious, I'm assuming a very liberal institution? How do you think his day-to-day interactions will be with the common folk on campus? I'm curious about that.
Well, he is surrounded by Secret Service.
Oh, so he does have Secret Service?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder what that's like, walking around a college campus with a bunch of guys in black suits.
Yeah, they had a picture of him
It's gotta
surrounded.
feel cool.
Yeah.
It makes you feel pretty badass, right?
I think so.
Like, could you imagine now, NYU is not like a football power, but could you imagine if he was at, like, I don't know, Penn State, and, there's the big man on campus, the starting quarterback for Penn State, and then here comes Barron Trump walking with Secret Service, like, yeah, you ain't got nothing on me.
When he's like 6'8" or what, he's
and he's a big dude.
He's a big dude.
Yeah.
He's a good-looking guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's looking.
That's debatable.
I think he's a good-looking guy.
I don't really judge men, but I'll leave that up to
Good-looking
you.
young man.
Sean and I will stay out of this commentary.
What?
I'm going to defer to the expert here and just go to Dawn with this.
He's a very handsome young man.
We'll comment on
He's
Laura.
a good-looking kid, I can tell you. A good-looking guy. I could say it now because it's like we're doing the whole thing, but I would never say that the other way, but I would say it this way. Good-looking guy. I can tell you that.
Sean
he looks
and I-
just like his father.
Sean and I
who's
will
also
comment on the
good-looking.
females of the Trump family.
Right.
Laura Trump, very nice.
Laura,
She's a good
Ivanka,
person. Yeah.
Tiffany.
Yeah.
They have the beauty gene, that whole family.
Yeah, 8.7.
I make beautiful people. You know that? I make beautiful people. None of them are ugly people. You know that? They're all beautiful people.
But, Mr. President, I think you'd kill for that hair. Barron's
Well,
got
we
that
love the hair.
thick.
I have the greatest hair. He got it from me. He inherited it from me. I would never create awful, ugly people. That's Crooked Joe's job. You see Hunter, you see these people. Those are terrible people. Ashley Biden, hardly somebody you want to look at for too long. I can tell you that.
Ouch.
I'm serious. Think about it.
And just to put this story locally on your radar, two local stories, I'll say. First of all, the driver officially charged in the Johnny and Matt Goudreau tragic story. We're learning more about the driver who's charged, a Drexel grad, and actually works, ironically, for a Pennsylvania drug rehab firm. But that driver, identified as 43-year-old Sean Higgins of Woodstown, New Jersey, is facing these very serious charges of killing these locally loved and famous brothers. Just that tragedy. We're still learning more about the story. And I think at Boston College yesterday there were more memorials for the Goudreaus and their family tragedy.
Yeah, I saw that. Terrible.
Struck by this drunk driver.
So sad.
Oh my God. Struck from behind on the eve of their sister's wedding. Wedding was, as we talked about yesterday, was called off or postponed. And then also for Matt, they call him Matty, his wife expecting their first child, but for Johnny, wife and 2 young kids. I mean, the story is just heart-wrenching. It's making international news, but learning more about that driver who is an accused drunk driver. So I want to put that one on your radar as we go through the day. And then Mayor Sherrell Parker speaking out, talking about the Sixers, keeping the Sixers in Philadelphia is and should be a top priority for the city. Remember, City Council meeting today for the first time in a fall session. And so the Sixers, obviously, and keeping them here and keeping them happy, that will be center stage at today's Philadelphia City Council meeting.
I'd like for the Sixers to keep me happy for once. How about you win a stinking playoff series? The more I thought about that story yesterday, I was like, just go to Camden. I don't care. Get lost.
Wow.
I'm done with Embiid. I'm done with the pride. 10 years of this. Just go. Just go. You're just going to break my heart anyway.
Aww.
Do it across the river.
Well, we are sponsored this morning by Natural Lands. A monarch caterpillar, did you know this? Eats 200 times its weight before it transforms into a butterfly. And the only plant it can eat is milkweed. Natural Lands nature preserves are filled with meadows of milkweed. Happy monarchs mean happy lands. So learn more at natlands.org. Natural Lands, land for life, nature for all. And speaking of nature, a great day to get out in nature. Beautiful day as we will warm up, crisp, lower humidity, but we will rise to 80 degrees in the forecast today. And it's really a beautiful forecast until we hit Saturday, and that's when the rain will fall. We need the rain, but unfortunately it'll be a rainy day Saturday, but Sunday, however, will be in the 80s, and it'll be a beautiful sunny day for Sunday. So as far as the weekend upcoming, Sunday's definitely the more beautiful day. This is Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. So that animal eats 200 times its body weight. It actually has something in common with Chris Christie.
Sloppy Chris Christie.
I figured
I
I'd do
did
that
the
for
bit
you.
for you. You see that? I even said it. How about that? That's pretty cool. The drop. How about that?
Yes. All right, coming up next, Tim Walz' family endorses Donald Trump in a viral picture on social media. Not so much what it means for the election, but I'm curious how the media will cover that today. Back after this here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. It's time to call an audible. These high utility bills are getting out of hand. Make your home cozy with new windows.
Right now at Window Nation, buy 2 windows and get 2 free. There's no limit on how much you could save. Plus, you could save big with no interest or payments for 24 months. Call Window Nation today to schedule your fast, free in-home estimate or visit windownation.com.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
The Labor Day Mega Sale is extended at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Light up Citizens Bank Park for the final City Connect Friday of the regular season on Friday, September 13th at 6:40 when the Mets are in town.
It is long gone!
Grab tickets now at Phillies.com. Catch some Rays when the Phillies host Tampa Bay on Monday, September 9th, Tuesday, September 10th, and Wednesday, September 11th, all at 6:40. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
It's not just about watching the game, it's about betting on it. I'm Mike Valeni, and on Cash the Ticket, Jim Costa and I break down every college football and NFL matchup like it's the last game we're ever going to watch. From the best bets to the sneaky underdogs, and of course, as my co-host likes to say, the value. And the one thing we're not going to do is pretend we're professionals. We have fun with it, it's an entertainment product, and it makes watching games a hell of a lot of fun. So Cash the Ticket, follow it in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
La 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
It's that time of year again to consider replacing your old drafty windows and doors before another long, cold winter season rolls in. And my good friends at Guida Door and Window will help make your window and door replacement project more affordable with their buy one, get one half off sale. For every door and window you buy, you'll get the second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, Guida is making it easier to afford your project with no money down and interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Act now. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
Yo, Roy is Ford. What? We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Mustard. Kayal and Company, 725 as we continue. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your Thursday. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzel, and Sean Ferris. Sean is in for Greg today. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45. Get on over to YouTube and you will see all of the videos that go along with all of the audio for the cut sheet. And you're also going to want to see this graphic because we have to get to this story. This was a big viral thing on social media yesterday as Tim Walz's family members reveal that they are backing Donald Trump in a bombshell leaked photo. This story courtesy of the Daily Mail that I'm reading, and you can see the picture right there as there are 8 members of the Walz family in Nebraska. In the backdrop, you see the Trump 2024 Take America Back flag on the vinyl siding of the house, and the T-shirts that are blue with white letters that say Nebraska Walzes for Trump. And I thought this was interesting because I know we talked, I don't know, was this last week prior to Labor Day weekend where Tim Walz's brother Jeff, 67, it might have been Tuesday as soon as we came back. I think it was the day that Stalker was here. And Stalker's only been here for one day since like the 4th of July anyway. But I think Jeff Walz was basically saying that he's endorsing Donald Trump and he does not believe in any, I think the quote was, he's 100% opposed to his brother's political beliefs and ideologies. And I think Greg had said something to the effect of, this happens all the time where, family members disagree politically. And sure. I think this is kind of a big moment because it's a moment where I think if you're Trump, especially now with 8 other family members of the Walz clan, so to speak, backing Donald Trump, this is a moment that you need to shove this down the throats of the American public. But look, what impact that has, does that sway people? I don't know. Probably not. But I'm more intrigued by the way the media will not cover this story. Because, Dawn, you always talk about media bias by omission. Because I heard for years about Mary Trump and how she is anti-Donald Trump. And 3 weeks ago, Bobby Kennedy comes out. He endorses Donald Trump. And then all of these little letters are penned and posted on social media from the Kennedy family of how we denounce Bobby and we do not believe that Bobby should be supporting a Republican. And the media jammed that down our throats. Dawn, just with your years of expertise in the media of what gets covered and what gets put to the back burner, how much coverage will this Walz family photo get today on the lamestream media?
Oh, not much.
No?
Do you see it anywhere?
No.
I mean, Mary Trump, they just parade her around. They love to talk about her and don't really report that all started over a financial dispute over inheritance because she wanted more money, felt she deserved more money than any of the other grandchildren when the grandparents died. But she's allowed to speak. She's allowed to make money off of writing books, whatever. But yeah, you won't see this as highly promoted. And these are, for example, his own brother. This is not a niece or a nephew. This is his direct family, his brother, and a bunch of family members.
That is correct. The photo shared by former Nebraska GOP gubernatorial candidate Charles W. Herbster showed the 8 people wearing Nebraska Walzes for Trump T-shirts. A representative for Herbster told the Daily Mail those posting are related to Walz through his grandfather's brother. Sean Ferris, your thoughts on that viral image from yesterday?
Well, we love Walz, don't we, folks? Walls are great. We love Walz. And these are the only Walz that Mexico's not going to pay for. I can tell you that. We love these Walz. These are great people. I think, much to what Dawn and what you guys are saying, the media focused heavily on RFK's family. All the rest of the Kennedys are disowning Bobby, and you're ashamed. It's your family's ashamed of you, and like you just touched on, the fact that you have, whether they're immediate family or not, and apparently this Jeff Walz, who is Tim's immediate brother, is ready to spill the tea also, which I'm just ready for. Like, spill it everywhere, spill all the tea, every bit of tea that you have, spill it all over. Like just take the spill. Like, let's go. I'm excited about it. But again, I think it highlights that bias.
The media is not going to cover it, and now they can run cover and say, well, we're dealing with Russia. Russia's interfering in our elections. There are bigger things to talk about than the Tim Walz. But of course, when Bobby Kennedy's family came out and was upset with him, they went on with that and painted him as some sort of horrible person.
Mm-hmm.
They would never do that to Tampon Tim, though,
No,
who apparently has a problem with his leg kick and this whole thing. He was in Lancaster yesterday, apparently.
Yeah.
I wonder if he told them that he grew up Amish. I wonder. Maybe that's where all the horse rumors came from. I don't know.
He was raised by a man named Seamus, and they had shoe fly pie all summer long. I saw you. I saw you.
Stolen valor. He churned the butter. That's it.
Yeah. He stole the horse and he stole the buggy as well. I saw you tweeting about the video. I think it was the video. I think it was you, about the way he was waving. Have you ever noticed that when he comes out, and this is not an original epiphany for me, I've seen this, so I'm stealing this from somebody else. He's like Chris Farley in those SNL skits where he runs out waving like a maniac, like he's jacked up on Red Bull, and he's just the big, lovable, fat, goofy guy.
I think he is. I think Tim Walz. I compare him to the inflatable flailing tube guy, outside of the car dealership. That's him every time. He's like, "It's a sale over here," And if you have to do that, then you probably have nothing good inside your dealership with that. I don't know what's up with him. Is he flamboyant? And people are like, he's gay. I really don't care. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter to me. It is strange. And you mentioned a couple of segments ago, the Democrats will always project what they are onto other people. So what is the first thing Tim Walz said about J.D. Vance? Oh, he's weird. Oh, really? Okay, Mr. Horse rumors, and you're kicking your leg all over the place and you're flailing your arms. Oh, but J.D. Vance is weird. Okay, yeah, the Marine who served in combat, joined after 9/11, started a business, went to Yale, grew up rags to riches, American dream story. That's weird? You think the American dream is weird? That's fine. I know everything I need to know about you, Tim Walz, and that's why your family hates you. Okay? So we can move on.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, I'm mystified by a lot of polling numbers, whether they're good for a Republican or bad for a Republican. But the one that I have a hard time believing that doesn't add up to me is that Tim Walz's favorability rating is double digits above J.D. Vance. I think J.D. Vance is around like 27 or 29%, and I think Tim Walz was in the low 40s. And I'm trying to figure out how people arrive at this conclusion that Tim Walz is exponentially more favorable in the American public's eyes than J.D. Vance. I mean, every time I see Walz,
the Ministry of Truth.
Yeah.
The Ministry of Truth says Tim Walz is joyful, J.D. Vance is weird. And this is the one thing, a lot of folks on our side about the media, it's fake news. I agree. I'm not defending CNN. I'm not defending ABC. Nobody watches them. Well, enough people watch them.
Yeah.
Because, enough people watch them. They still have advertisers. If nobody was watching, it wouldn't be valuable to advertisers. That's number one. But number two, enough people watch them because the media is able to kind of frame and force narratives and create opinions out of thin air, right? So they have some power. We still got some work to do. And I think that's how they arrive at those wild poll numbers that you talk about, if they're accurate.
Let's get to Donald Trump. This is clip 15. I want to play you this in regards to the Walzes and the family endorsement from Nebraska of the Republican rival of their own flesh and blood, Tim Walz. Clip 15, Donald Trump speaking about the Walzes.
In my view, is early voting is about to start, and I don't know how many Americans are truly familiar with her positions of decriminalizing illegal immigration and free housing, health care, education. Tim Walz wants free college education, legal driver's licenses.
I was so honored today.
And she wants a path to citizenship.
His brother endorsed me.
I saw that.
And his whole family. I saw the picture. And honestly, it was a very nice looking family. But his brother endorsed me and the whole family endorsed me. I said, who are all the people?
Let me play Kamala.
There's something weird with that guy. He's a weird guy. JD is not weird. He's a solid rock. I happen to be a very solid rock. We're not weird. We're other things, perhaps, but we're not weird.
And by the way, can Sean Hannity shut the hell up and just let Trump keep talking? Like, Sean Hannity was so infatuated with playing. Nobody wants to hear from Kamala Hannity. For the love of God, just get out of the way and let Trump talk.
Well, here's Hannity, I think, was trying to stretch it out to 2 shows. Because this part 2 is actually tonight.
Okay.
And Dave McCormick is there as well, right? So I think Hannity was talking, because I'm like, why is Hannity talking more than usual?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's because he was trying to stretch it out to 2 nights.
Unbelievable.
Even Trump kind of, at one point, was like busting his chops about that. Like, oh, he's trying to get 2 shows, right?
We might be a
that.
lot of
He
things,
did that.
but
It was
we're
funny.
not weird. But I don't know. I didn't get a chance to. I was in bed before 9 o'clock when that town hall started. Which, by the way, if my math serves me correct, that was September 4th yesterday. Wasn't that supposed to be the first debate leading up to the September 10th debate?
Right.
Yes, sir.
So that was
Absolutely.
that's a pivot
True.
there, where basically you have to turn it into a town hall, because one party doesn't want to engage in a debate that's somewhere out of their comfort zone, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Did you see the energy in the building for that place last night in Harrisburg?
And you know what's going to happen, right? We're going to win, and we're turning. We said it here. We broke the news on 1210 WPHT, who, by the way, the ratings are out of control. Incredible job. 23-0. Great people. But I have to say, we're turning Harrisburg to Trumpsburg when I win. But we talked about it. We talked about it. And everybody loves the idea. The capital of Pennsylvania. Josh Shapiro is going to be working in Trumpsburg. What a fantastic ending to that story.
You said about spilling the rest of the tea. I want to get you to expound upon that, because Jeff Walz, we talked in the Big Take today about apology culture, and we mentioned the story a few days ago that Jeff Walz, 67, the brother of Tim, who lives in Florida, he said, quote, "I'm 100% opposed to all of his ideology," but now he is kind of walking it back, saying, "I didn't mean to influence voters with my social media act." I'm so sick of oh my God, how dare you influence somebody on social media? Like, just because you see everything on social media, you immediately believe something or adopt it as your own. He says, quote, "It wasn't my intent. It wasn't our intent as a family to put something out there to influence the general public. I was getting a lot of feedback from my friends, old acquaintances, thinking that I was feeling the same way that my brother did on the issues, and I was trying to clarify that just to friends. I used Facebook, which wasn't the right platform to do that, but I will say I don't agree with his policies." I mean, the cat's already out of the bag, Sean. If you're his brother and there is a disconnect and a riff, and oh, by the way, you disagree on everything politically, just let it flow, man. We're 60 days from an election. If you think your brother is a boob politically, keep firing away, especially on a platform where you don't get to see a lot of Republican commentary.
Yeah, and this whole idea, okay, of I didn't want to influence. First of all, campaigning is influencing voters. That's why I don't like this whole idea of what they call election interference. Both campaigns are quote unquote interfering in the election. They're running their stories, they're making their pitches, they're trying to influence voters. And honestly, this goes back to Darius Slay. This Jeff Walz, somebody got to him, and what did you do? And this is terrible. Someone told him to write that. All right. He feels a way about his brother. He should be allowed to speak it without someone probably threatened him. You know, this is kind of has the looks of one of those, again, those apologies, those forced apologies. Oh, I didn't mean to influence anybody. Well, first of all, I don't know if he has influenced anyone, but if you have something to say, you live in America, you could say it. Don't apologize for speaking your mind, you know, and you're on Facebook. It is public. All right. Maybe it was the wrong platform to do it. I think Laura Loomer was the one who broke the story. She went digging and she found it. Kudos to her. Yeah. She got all over that. She got all over the Eagles story with the counterfeit thing. I mean, she's been all, dialed into these things here, but this Jeff Walz story, if you don't like your brother and you don't like his policies, it's okay to say you don't like his policies. You don't have to apologize. You don't see Mary Trump or any of these other people apologizing. You don't see the Kennedy family apologizing for criticizing Bobby. Mm-hmm. It's okay to disagree with your brother. It's okay to have an opinion. This is America.
Yep.
We don't intimidate people into apologies here. Well, we do, but we shouldn't.
Right.
We shouldn't.
I totally agree. All right, 855-839-1210. If you would like to jump in, the cut sheet is coming up next. We've got highlights from Trump's appearance in Harrisburg and many other clips that went viral yesterday in the mainstream media and on social media. We'll get to that when we come back. Cut sheet is next. But first, Dawn Stensland with a word for Chapman.
Yeah, you've heard me talk about Chapman windows, doors, and siding for years now. I just love the work that the Chapman family team has done in my home, and especially this time of year, the new patio doors right off the foyer. We can, on a crisp, cool day, and these nights that we've had, to just open those, swish them open, the screen doors, look out into the yard. It's so beautiful. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, siding, any of that, I would only trust the Chapman family team. If you're thinking of maybe updating your front entry door, right now is the perfect time. For the month of September, Chapman is offering free hardware on a brand new front entry door up to the value of $500. So an updated front door obviously can change the curb appeal, the beauty of your home, and increase the resale value as well. So if you're looking for a single door, maybe a double door, or the one I have is the double door with the side lights, they have such experienced project consultants that are going to help you choose that perfect new door for your home. So think Chapman, windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation. They do that as well, or the front door. Give them a call. You can text. They're listening right now. They're like-minded, 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898. You can always do a virtual tour, chapmanwindowsdoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you know what brand sells the most work shoes in America? Skechers. Why? Skechers has the best looking safety toe and slip resistant shoes around. They've got superior quality and simply incredible prices, but many people get them just for the style. So you can enjoy tough, steel-toed protection and slip-resistant soles anywhere, even if you don't need them for work. And since they're Skechers, you know they're going to be comfortable with Skechers' exclusive air-cooled memory foam. Find your new pair of Skechers safety toe and slip-resistant work shoes at a Skechers store, at Skechers.com, or wherever work shoes are sold.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Wawa has new Southwest flavors like the roasted chicken fajita veggie quesadilla.
Fajita veggies?
Or the beefsteak burrito with salsa roja.
Salsa roja? Love.
You can also add fire-roasted corn and crispy jalapenos.
No way. All from Wawa.
Oh, you bet. Wawa's always keeping things fresh. And this time, it's with delicious Southwest flavors. Try them in a burrito, bowl, or quesadilla and build it just how you like it. Gotta have a Wawa.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Bob Casey is lying to seniors. Listen to this whopper.
We're lowering prescription drug costs. Lowering prescription drug costs?
Not even close. Prices for medications are soaring. Casey's had nearly 2 decades in Washington. He hasn't fixed it. He's made it worse. Casey even voted for higher taxes on seniors' Social Security benefits. That's right, Casey pushed higher taxes on seniors. Casey also voted for a bill that could raise out-of-pocket drug costs for seniors. Seniors are already struggling with sky-high prices. But instead of helping, Bob Casey is trying to fool seniors and hide his failed record. Casey has had nearly 20 years in Washington. What's he given us? Higher costs and higher taxes. That's the real Bob Casey. He's wrong for Pennsylvania. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Right now, stop by United Tire and say you want to trade in your tires, and you'll get $100 off 4 new tires. No promo code needed, and you'll get United Tire's no-fault road hazard coverage for free. That includes free maintenance like rotations, flat repairs, and more. That's 2 amazing deals. Nobody beats United. All other promotions apply, like manufacturer rebates. United Tire completes for you. Go to UnitedTire.com to find the locally owned United Tire location nearest service you. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today is the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
They say money doesn't grow on trees, but at First Harvest Credit Union, we can help you grow your financial future with our growth savings account. You can earn as high as 3.5% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch to get details and open a growth savings account and watch your money grow. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-511-3535. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider, 800-511-3535. That's 800-511-3535. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-511-3535.
At Wawa, you can always find the right drinks for the right time. And Wawa's pumpkin drinks are back sooner than ever, so you can enjoy the best of summer and fall. Enjoy a pumpkin brulee milkshake by the pool. Sip a pumpkin cheesecake smoothie while skateboarding. Or take a pumpkin spice iced coffee on a camping trip. At Wawa, anytime is drink time. And now's the time to feel cool and cozy with Wawa's new pumpkin flavors. Available in milkshakes, cream smoothies, and iced coffee. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, Warminster, we know your favorite station is WPHT.
Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
$7:49. Kayal and Company rolling on live. It's a Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app, and of course, watch the show live on YouTube, where we give you all these beautiful graphics, including the most precise and accurate forecast possible. Because you can see right now in the bottom left corner of the YouTube screen, it is actually 59.5 degrees Fahrenheit. We don't even try to round up anymore. We give you to the tenth of a degree, Dawn Stensland. 59 and a half.
Matters.
How about that? Woo! All right, let's get to a Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut
Sheet! What's on the cut sheet brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazingly competitive pricing plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith, Yosef, and the entire team are looking forward to meeting you.
Thank you very much, Frank. If this doesn't work out, I could see you announcing the prizes on The Price is Right? You've got that perfect voice for stuff like that.
Come
work
on
out
down.
of Frank. Yeah, you've won a 2024 Ford Fusion.
A brand new car.
All right, let's get to Dunk Fest on Kamala Harris, because from Bobby Kennedy to Vivek Ramaswamy, everybody is swinging and taking their shot. Donald Trump will get his shot 5 nights from now on ABC, coming up on Tuesday night right here in good old Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Clip number 1, boys, as CNN welcomed Vivek Ramaswamy to their network. And in just about a minute, CNN probably regretted bringing on Vivek Ramaswamy.
Yes, they did.
Here's how it went down. Take a listen to this.
You brought up some claims about Kamala Harris. I want to finish that discussion. She said she didn't favor a ban on fracking now. The reality is she was one of the strongest proponents of that ban, so much so that when she was in California, she sued the Obama administration over granting fracking permits. She didn't just favor the abolition of private health insurance. She was a co-sponsor of the bill with Bernie Sanders as a U.S. Senator for Medicare for All for Americans. The reality is, when you think about the Green New Deal, she was the chief proponent, not just as a co-sponsor of the legislation, but going further and saying she would end the filibuster in the Senate to ram that through. So the reality is she can say what she wants to say now. Those are actions she has taken. Is someone allowed to evolve? Of course they are. But she deserves to explain exactly why she's changed those positions, exactly what her position is. If it's not a ban on fracking, what exactly is it? What exactly is her health care plan if she no longer favors abolishing private health insurance, which just 4 short years ago when she ran for president she did? And that's the kind of scrutiny that's been missing. I think Donald Trump has received plenty of scrutiny, and I give credit to him for sitting for hostile interviews that Kamala Harris has not.
Don Stensland, I think Kate Boldan, I think that's Kate Boldan, by the way, in that video sitting there. You think she's regretting bringing Vivek on or allowing her producers to make that suggestion? What do you think about having Vivek come on the show today?
I mean, he was great.
Yes.
And raises the good questions. You know, she doesn't interrupt him and doesn't look happy with what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, at least to her credit, she knows that he's right, that Trump did sit for those hostile interviews. Where is Kamala Harris?
And she did not try to fact check Vivek or shut him down or talk over him and do the typical Caitlin Collins song and dance routine. I got to say this, you know, Sean, the more I think about it, and I know we're focused, I mean, we're 60 days away from this election. But if you were to forecast and fast forward 4 years ahead right now, I would say this, and I'll go on record, and this will be my guy at this very moment in time. Forget Glenn Youngkin. Forget DeSantis. You want somebody in 2028? I don't think there's a better star and up-and-coming talent than Vivek Ramaswamy for Republican politics right now. This guy's an absolute brilliant guy.
I love Vivek. I've liked Vivek ever since I got exposed, you know, to who he was, you know, throughout this primary cycle. He was the one who put Ronna McDaniel's resignation in motion, right? Because he called her out on the debate stage. Obviously, Kathy Barnett, who's out there in Pennsylvania, was his national grassroots coordinator. You know, he surrounded himself with great people. And he's extremely intelligent. And when you see him on there with CNN, you know, and one thing to the host's credit, you know, she didn't get combative with him. And I think that she knows if she did, she would have gotten embarrassed. So she kind of just let him talk and then let the segment kind of end. Which is smart. And then speaking of the debate, by the way, Donald Trump won the coin toss, and he is going to have the final word on September 10th. He'll have it'll be his statement that ends the debate. He'll have the final word. So that's good. And I'm just wondering how long it's going to be until we hear that the Russians influenced the coin flip.
Yeah, well, they did. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah, that's clearly what happened. It was Vladimir Putin.
It was a double-sided coin.
We are going to load quarter and make sure Trump wins debate. That's what it is. Working on my Putin, you know.
Nice work out of you. Let's continue as the RFK Rip Fest of Kamala got underway on another, quote, mainstream media outlet, although I don't think anybody actually watches this channel. Clip 2, as Bobby was on with Chris Cuomo on News Nation, taking his swipe at Kamala Harris. Listen to this clip.
Why wasn't it a better move to stay neutral and command the attention of both sides as long as you could for the duration of this campaign?
Well, it became clear to me, Chris, that I was not going to be allowed on the debating stage, which was really my only path to victory. I was already being boycotted by all of the mainstream media, by the liberal media. When Ross Perot ran, in 10 months that he was running for president, he had 34 appearance interviews on mainstream media. In 17 months, I had only 2 live interviews on ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, and MSNBC. So I couldn't reach that audience. I had no way to grow. And our polling was showing that if I stayed in the race, Vice President Harris would win. And I did not want that outcome. I don't think that Vice President Harris is a worthy president of this country. I think we need to have a president who can give an interview, who can articulate a vision, who can put together an English sentence, who can articulate her and defend her policies and her record, and who can engage in a debate and regular debates on unscripted appearances. Vice President Harris's speech at the convention made it very clear that she will continue the warfare state, that she's bragging about how she sees warfare as a tool, as the frontline tool of American foreign policy. This is a catastrophe for our country. We've got to unravel the warfare.
You think Trump would step?
You know, I think everything Bobby said there is absolutely true, specifically when it comes to Kamala Harris. She can't string together a sentence. She's going to be an incredibly weak leader. And I think this is why we've got Russia back in the news. I think all of the powers that be have realized that the convention didn't do anything for Harris, that her first interview didn't really translate with the American public, and Trump's in a stronger position than he was in 2020 or 2016. Once again, I think it's all hands on deck from the establishment here.
Yep. And that's why we saw Merrick Garland here in Philadelphia yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I think that whenever this guy shows up, watch out, because he is like the face of the swamp.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Sean, let me ask you this, because Cuomo almost seems a little surprised that Bobby got out of it as, quote, early as he did. And I almost got the feeling that he was a little surprised that ultimately he decided to lend his services and whatever asset he is to Donald Trump. I never thought if you were going to ask me if Bobby gets out of the race, who does he join? I would have always have said Trump based on the few things that they have in common, but more importantly, what the Democrat Party denied him. I don't know how you could be denied Secret Service protection, denied the chance to debate, denied the chance to appear on networks, and then drop out of the race and then support the lady who's in on kind of censoring and shutting you down. Did you get the same feeling?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I thought I didn't think he was going to endorse Trump. I thought, before the rumors came out, of course, but I thought that if RFK was going to drop out, he was just going to drop out and, basically be agnostic. Just, you guys make your own decisions, educate yourselves and vote accordingly. That's where I thought he was going to go with it. But it turns out he's got a lot more courage than that. To be honest with you, he's a lot stronger man than I gave him credit for. And I applaud him for that courage. But here's the problem. You have guys like Cuomo, you have people on the left who act like Bobby betrayed the Democrats. It was the Democrats that betrayed Bobby. But This is the cult that the Democrat Party has become. You must fall in line always, or else you're the traitor and you're a threat to democracy, et cetera, et cetera. They iced him out of the primaries. They would not let him debate Joe Biden, which we all know the reason why now, right? They iced him out of the primaries. They wouldn't put him on ballots. They were suing to get him off of the ballots in the swing states. Now they're suing to keep him on the ballots in the swing states. This guy is supposed to just what? He's supposed to say, well, because my family's lifelong Democrats, I'm going to just get in line with the people who beat the crap out of me for the last 2.5 years. Mm-hmm. That's what cultists do. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is a free thinker, okay? He's not a cultist. He's not a Kool-Aid guzzler. He's not one of these people who's just going to spout the party line and take the path of least resistance. He's a good guy, Okay, I disagree with him on a lot, but he is obviously not doing this for political gain, because it would have been a lot easier for Bobby Kennedy, okay, to go ahead and endorse a Democrat and get back in their good graces, and everybody would have kissed and made up. But he just caused a major, I mean, this was historic. And the fact that you had a Kennedy endorsing a Republican before Kamala Harris gave an interview to the press is another thing that's just embarrassing in and of itself. If I had to choose which one would have happened first, I would have said, yeah, maybe Kamala will speak to the press before that. Nope, we had a Kennedy endorsing a Republican before Kamala spoke to the press. But you have Bobby Kennedy. Do you really think, did anybody really think, was he going to have Stockholm syndrome, come back? It's like an abusive relationship. You know, you have people, they don't get out of the abusive relationship because they're afraid that they're going to get backlash. So they go back to being abused. He was abused by the Democrat Party. He's not going to go and endorse them. Why would any sensible person do it unless you're just saying, well, you should just do it to get in line, and well, then you're in a cult. Okay. And we're not. And that's the point. We welcome everybody. Big Tent. Welcome to Bobby Kennedy. Anybody else? You're supporting Jill Stein. You don't like Kamala Harris. You think you're throwing your vote away? Come over here and vote for Trump. Big Tent, right? This is the real diversity party where there's diversity of thought over here.
Yep. Well said. And also to your point, you know, what does he have to gain for political gain? I mean, the guy's 70 years old. He just ditched the Kennedy family name. He's now with Trump. If Trump doesn't win the election, Bobby Kennedy is pretty much done with politics, right? He's not going to be able to go back to the other side. And at this point in his life, at 70 years old, he probably might not even have the chops for it at this point, because he's getting up, even though he's physically in great shape. You know, I think if it doesn't go in favor of Donald Trump, he probably just rides off into the sunset, you know, does a few appearances or speeches, but yeah, his political career is over unless he continues to keep latching on with Republican after Republican. Let me get to clip 4. We spent a good portion of the 6 o'clock hour, the second half, from about 6:35 on, talking about 3 words: Russia, Russia, Russia. Interestingly enough, 2 days ago, Brian Stelter announced he's back at CNN, and this was one of the dog and pony shows that he was putting up back in October of 2020. Let's go to clip number 4, a trip down memory lane. CNN and Brian Stelter on how you manufacture a storyline in news media, especially when it pertains to Russia and Hunter Biden's laptop.
CNN reported on Friday that U.S. authorities are seeing if those emails we just talked about are connected to an ongoing Russian disinformation effort. Now, we already know some of the American producers of this drama, because the New York Post says it was tipped off to the existence of the emails by Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon. Then Rudy Giuliani gave the Post a copy of a hard drive containing the emails. Now, here's where it gets even weirder. The Post claimed that the emails were found on a laptop computer that was brought to a repair shop in Delaware in the spring of 2019. And a shop employee saw the emails and then was worried about getting in trouble or getting in danger, and he made copies of them. There's a lot about this story that does not add up. And the employee has not helped matters. He has contradicted himself in interviews with reporters.
You know, there is so many things to kind of peel back here with this story, with Russia, with CNN, with Stelter, with Trump, with all the misinformation over the last 8 or 9 years. But I just want to attack it from the angle of CNN. You've lost all credibility as a news network. You've had new leadership turnover twice, I think, in the last 2 or 3 years. They claim they were trying to get back to being more down the middle, being very moderate or centrist, just getting back to reporting the news and the facts. And yet you get rid of Brian Stelter. I don't know how long ago it was, maybe a year ago or a year and a half. Now you bring him back, and he is one of the most notable figures on the network of misinformation, that everything they said was inaccurate. Everything that we claimed was true was proven to be true. And now you bring this guy back into the fold. I know Rich has had on, what's his name, Dawn? Is it John Paul, Mark Isaac? He's got like 5 names.
Yeah. His life has been ruined.
The computer guy. His life has been ruined. And all of this was meant to protect the Bidens through the election. And if you want to talk about the way the machine operates to protect the Democrat, look no further than the Robert Hur transcript. Remember, we couldn't, the claim was they lost the transcripts and they couldn't find X, Y, and Z. And then miraculously, after July 21st, after Joe drops out of the race, the day of our bike ride, all of a sudden they find the transcripts? Now, because Joe's basically got one leg and one foot out the door, now suddenly they can find those tapes and those transcripts. Everything these people say is absolute garbage. I honestly, Sean and Dawn, I don't even know how anybody watches CNN anymore. You must just want to be lied to make it feel better for you so you can keep your, belief system in place. It's almost like they're afraid of having everything they've been told shattered in front of them, right?
It's like they don't want that reckoning is what they don't want. I think there are a bunch of people who do it because it's their habit. Soda's not good for you and diet soda's not, but you drink it anyway because it tastes good, right? So it's that instant gratification. It's that quick dopamine hit, sugar high, everything's good for a little bit, and then you go to bed and you wake up and whatever, and then you move on with your day. But if they were to stop watching CNN and turn on a Fox or a Newsmax or some of these independent podcasters, maybe listen to Kayal and Company in the morning, get your daily dose of truth, start your day the right way, right? You at that point in time, you're going to hear something that you're not used to hearing. It's going to shake you up a little bit, and you're going to be forced to think. And nobody wants to do that work. They'll take the spoon-fed, information that's cherry-picked and spun up to serve an agenda. It's easier. It's the 2-button, turn the TV on, go to your favorite channel, CNN is on, and you watch it because it does feel good, right? It you feel validated. The news thinks the way I think, so I must be right, even though you're being lied to and propagandized and gaslit and brainwashed.
It's really amazing is I just had this conversation with my brother-in-law at our fantasy football draft we were the first two to get there 2 Sundays ago. And he's a lifelong Democrat. He's not super into politics, but because he's oblivious, he votes D. And he was all for voting for Joe Biden in 2020 because it was, quote, the lesser of two evils, is the way he used to portray it. And now, after almost 4 years of an incompetent administration, he no longer posts on Facebook anything politically. He never brings up anything. And I say, so what's going on? You gonna vote for Kamala this year? And he goes, no, I'm done with politics. I'm like, well, why are you done with politics? He goes, oh, well, both sides are terrible. I'm like, well, wait a minute. The guy and the gal that you propped up 3.5 years ago, it was the lesser of two evils. But now you've got nothing to bang your chest over, so you're just taking your ball and going home. You're just going to be you're excommunicating yourself from the political spectrum. I'm like, it's okay. You can vote for Trump. You can admit you made a bad pick. And I was busting his chops about it. But it's almost like this stubborn belief. And if you've got kids in the car, turn down the radio. Mm-hmm. It's almost like it's like these mainstream media consuming Democrats. It's like, the child who just refuses to believe that, the Easter Bunny's not a real thing, right? And the tooth fairy really doesn't come underneath your pillow and put $1 there, mom and dad do. It's like everything that they were told is a bunch of nonsense. And they just can't come to grips with it because it shatters their belief system. So I thought that was interesting. This is also interesting. And Dawn, you might remember this. Back in 2017, clip number 5, boys. This is a throwback to when Brian Stelter in 2017 claimed that Kellyanne Conway was spreading misinformation pertaining to the Steele dossier. Let's take a listen and watch this throwback clip number 5.
To this point, we've got multiple investigations through Mr. Mueller, through congressional and Senate committees, and CNN itself has been so hot on Russia, on the dossier. CNN's been obsessed with this dossier for over a year now, and now that we know the DNC and the Clinton campaign paid the same firm for said dossier, which is completely unverified, we can't get you excited. If you look back at your whole year...
That is misinformation that you're spreading on my program,
Hold on,
and
a lot of it has not been verified,
Much of the
and
dossier...
Hold on.
You just said the entire dossier is unverified.
No,
that
I
is
said
inaccurate.
It has not been verified. It has not been verified. But the
pieces of the dossier have been verified. And when you say it's unverified, you actually mislead the American people.
No.
Carter Page actually confirmed another part of the dossier on Friday.
Don't start with that. You know that entire dossier has not been verified, and yet the interest in
Parts
covering...
of it have not been verified. Parts have been verified.
Are you comfortable with that? By the way, we don't even care about the dossier here because let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Great. Then let's look at all sides of the coin. Tell me this. Why, if President Obama and apparently, according to Donna Brazile now, Attorney General Holder, National Security Advisor Susan Rice, they all knew they were all told about possible Russian meddling. Why didn't they tell us at the campaign? They knew last summer. We weren't told.
There were
because...
warnings. I agree. There should have been more. You're right about
Absolutely.
that. There should have been better,
so should that be part of the
stronger
investigation?
warnings.
So if we're going to look forward to our democracy, our unimpeded, uninterfered democracy, Brian, which I know you and I both agree with, then why wouldn't we look at that? Why weren't we warned?
I don't know what
Is it
Mueller's
because
looking at.
everybody thought
Thankfully, he
Hillary
hasn't been
Clinton was going
leaking.
to win and it wouldn't matter?
You know what's really amazing is I'm actually surprised at this point, and Dawn, I say this all the time, I think Kellyanne Conway is a brilliant woman.
Yes.
If I'm the Trump administration, I don't know what specific role she has kind of off the record right now, or if she's just kind of like an independent stringer, so to speak, that, offers her services upon request. I'd get her back into the fold big time. I think she is super intelligent, and she handled Stelter there like a complete pro.
Yeah, I think part of the issue, and I think Greg Stocker brought this up at some point, that she's a major media firm, which she had prior to even becoming the first American woman. Nobody says this. The first American woman to run a successful presidential campaign, at that highest level. Nobody ever gives her that credit because, of course, that was Trump's win, and from New Jersey. But, I think that this is an example, and it's so ironic. First of all, the little Brian's show is called Reliable Sources. Here's the most unreliable source. There are some who say he was the rat. Like he was a rat. He's the guy who you run for coffee and he's like, so what are you up to? What are you? And then like that he would run back to management and help get people fired or whatever. So I just, some people think like, he was the rat then. He was useful to get big contracts, people fired, whatever, Cuomo, Don Lemon, what have you. So I would say to everybody at CNN, watch out for that guy if that's true.
He's a weasel.
That's the word on him from, friends of mine who work there. That he was, they have a distrust of him.
Sure.
I don't know, so there's that. But I think that's, the fact that they've rehired him, that's bizarre too. You rarely hear that.
Yeah. Which
I think fuels the rumors even at CNN.
Right.
That this was all a plan.
Sean Farish, when it comes to Brian Stelter and reliable sources, you think of all of these people. I don't think it's a good look for a guy like a Jim Acosta or even a Caitlin Collins, who's relatively new to the hosting circuit. Yeah, she covered the Trump administration as a reporter. But when you get labeled somebody that's basically doing the deep state's dirty work, that's hard to shake if you're trying to claim objectivity as a journalist.
Yeah, well, he's not objective, and he you can call yourself a journalist. I guess that's an insult these days.
It is
to call yourself a journalist, because it usually means you're in the tank for the deep state and for big government. But I want to kind of push back on this idea of Kellyanne Conway, because there's a lot of information out there about Kellyanne Conway, which what was ironic about when she had that run-in with Stelter. And he accused her, of discrediting the dossier, and she was, he accused her of being a Russian, yada, yada. She just recently registered as a foreign agent for Ukraine, right? Legally, because she's taking money from Ukraine.
Well, wait a minute. I'm going to push back on you, because she took a gig that she fully legally registered, and it was with a Russian oligarch for his nonprofit. But she filed the proper paperwork. I mean, I know that's.
She did. No, 100%. And that's fine. She did it all by the books. That's okay. Yeah. When there were these rumors that Donald Trump was unhappy with J.D. Vance, it was coming from her. It was coming from Kellyanne Conway. And the prevailing thought is that the reason why it was coming from Kellyanne Conway is because J.D. Vance does not want to continue sending aid to Ukraine. He has been very outspoken about that. And the establishment picks that were in the running, the Doug Burgums, the Glenn Youngkins, the Marco Rubios, the Tim Scotts of the world, would have been just fine with sending more money back to Ukraine. And she was going to benefit from that. And the internal strife about J.D. Vance that was being reported in the media, many people sourced that back to Kellyanne Conway. I don't trust her as far as I can throw her. Is she intelligent? She definitely is. Was she an asset to Trump in 2016? She absolutely was. If she cuts it out with the JD Vance stuff, no problem. But that's got to be nipped because we know that she's doing stuff with Ukraine. She by the books.
Yep.
But if that's where all this JD Vance nonsense came from, that the left was running with somebody, Trump is reportedly unhappy with Vance, and they were kind of mounting this internal pressure campaign to pull a switcheroo, a lot of people in the know say that came from Kellyanne Conway.
So
Dan Bongino reported on this, and the minute he did, she stopped, and the rumors stopped.
Do you think Trump's happy with Vance?
I think he's thrilled.
Yeah.
I think he's thrilled with JD Vance.
Yeah.
I think those rumors were nonsense, and it makes sense that somebody who is very pro-Ukraine is anti-Vance because Vance doesn't want to continue sending funds to Ukraine.
Yeah, I don't know how you could not be happy with JD Vance right now. I mean, we gave you yesterday, he's doing this Come At Me tour now. He's done 94 interviews. He's done all 5 networks. He's done 3 in one day. He's an eloquent speaker. He's passionate. He hasn't, tried to get too deep into playing and stooping to the level of the Democrats. I mean, if you're evaluating, forget, favorability ratings, which I still can't fathom how he's only at 27%. But if you just judge his body of work since officially being named the vice president, if you don't think he's been at least an A- if you're grading him, I'm not really sure what you're paying attention to.
Yeah, I think it depends. I think part of this, so with Kellyanne Conway, she registers, it's all the paperwork is there, unlike, others under investigation. Let's just put that out there. But so she registers to lobby on behalf of that Ukrainian oligarch. I think Greg Stocker did bring this up at one point when we were having a discussion about it. But I will say this, it depends to me on her motivation, because was she pushing for a female? Was she pushing for, I don't know, a Tulsi or a Sarah Huckabee Sanders? Or what was she, if she was against Vance, was it just that she was against Vance, who clearly was against that huge Ukrainian package?
Mm-hmm.
Or was it because she was lobbying for somebody else? That's what I would be curious about.
I think she would be lobbying. I think she'd be lobbying for somebody else, right? Whether it's a female, somebody else with a more sympathetic view and vision for Ukraine. That's the gravy train right now, right? That's where she wants that money to come back. And then I'm not saying she's doing this all for money. Maybe she's just very, very strongly favors Ukraine. It has nothing to do with money. But the prevailing thought is that she was pushing possibly for someone else, whether it was a woman or not. She wanted somebody else who had a bit more of a favorable position on Ukraine aid than JD Vance. And then after the pick was made, she was still running her mouth and floating these stories out there about how Trump is unhappy with Vance. And I'm sorry, I don't care. I don't even care if that's the truth. You have to keep that quiet. We're in the middle of an election. We don't need to be undermined here. I
don't know. I'm going to say this about her. That she helped him win in 2016, and she has consistently, even against her toad husband, let's not even get into him.
George Conway.
Right? But she has consistently been a warrior for him. Mm-hmm. And so I personally, would hope that that's not true, because she's somebody who even despite like what she was going through hell in her personal life, her own teenage daughter at the time, obviously convinced by the husband, now ex-husband Toad, that what a nightmare she was going through. She still stood with Trump. Mm-hmm. And so I think her actions speak to me personally that, she went out on a limb for Trump. She continues to do so. She's been pretty consistent. And so I hope that's not all true. I hope that it's because she genuinely, felt the way she did. She's allowed to. And she was pretty transparent about it as well. It's not like she was trying to hide something or sneak something in there. So everybody knew, yeah, she's working for the Pennacook Foundation or whatever that is for the Ukrainian oligarch. So I don't know. She's a smart person. I would love to know, who was she pushing for and why, if it was not Vance?
Speaking of people that helped Trump to victory in 2016, let's get to clip number 11. This is Corey Lewandowski, who's back in the fold as a senior advisor on the Trump trail. He joined the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show yesterday to talk about Republicans and the need to take advantage of early voting. Clip 11, listen and watch.
Would you encourage them to go vote early? If so, why? What is the impact?
Well, let me tell you something. I am a big believer, and now I live in a state of New Hampshire that we don't have early voting. We don't have absentee voting. You have to vote on Election Day, shy of, a major health crisis. But in places that allow people to vote early, absolutely take that opportunity. Republicans always win on Election Day because our people tend to wait. But the Democrats have mastered this ability to go to people and get them to vote early and put that money in the bank for later, to put that vote in the bank for later. I think what we're going to see, it may just be one debate. It may be 2 or 3. We don't know. Kamala's team won't commit to that. But if you get your ballot, don't wait and hold it for 60 days if you already know that you're voting for Donald Trump. Put your name on that envelope, fill it out, vote for Donald Trump, and get it back in, because that's how we're going to be successful, is making sure that every person who has the opportunity to vote early is doing that. And if we can maintain parity with the Democrats in the early voting, the absentee voting, we know that we'll win on Election Day, and we have to have a system and an election outcome that's too big to rig.
I totally agree with Corey Lewandowski. Early voting starts this week. In Pennsylvania, it starts on September 16th. And look, you're going to have people that have their ballots already submitted before the debate. It's the same thing as Oz versus Fetterman. People already made up their mind. We were all, look at Oz. He's dunking on Fetterman. Fetterman's a train wreck. Early voting. Don't put yourself in this hole. He's right. Republicans on Election Day, they show up, they vote. But you have to get over your fears and the system. It is what it is. Lost in translation leading into Labor Day weekend last weekend, the Trump campaign made a major investment right here in Pennsylvania with mail-in ballots. SwampTheVoteUSA.com, which is billed as the first non-government website giving voters full access to Pennsylvania's election toolkit. Trump is investing in something that he thought cost them 4 years ago. Laura Trump has come out and begged and pleaded for people. Yes, the system is broken, but it is the system we have. You can't just show up on Election Day and be down 400,000 votes and expect to make up the difference. And that's my biggest fear, Sean, is that we're going to have the same thing play out that we had 4 years ago. And I wasn't on this station at the time. I wasn't in this format at the time, but I was paying attention. And I don't want to have to do those shows November 6th, November 10th, November 15th. Well, I saw on social media this sped up fast forward video of a white van in an alley at 3 a.m. going into a door and going into an unlocked room. What was that about? If you don't utilize every tool you have, I just don't want to hear the crying and the complaining. And that might be an unpopular opinion, but you can't expect to show up at a football game down 21-0 and come back to win the game before the game even starts. And that's the hole Republicans put themselves in, it seems like, every election cycle.
No, you're right. And I've said this a bunch. There's a lot of people at the end after the process. See, I told you. It's almost like they want to be right instead of want to win. And it bothers me, right? Like, obviously, I'm a huge election integrity guy. I would love to see same day voting, paper ballots, hand counts, harsh restrictions on the access to absentee ballots, giving absentee ballots to people only under extenuating circumstances, military, overseas, documented disability, et cetera, right? No early voting, one day, everyone's got the day off. We're all going to survive, vote, These are the things that I want. Sure. I want that. Yep. I don't want to vote on machines, but we have to be realistic, right? These are things that we're not going to be able to just snap our fingers, click our heels 3 times, say there's no place like home, and then, it's fixed. We are going to have to win a series of elections, both federally, statewide, countywide, all the way on down and up the structure of our county, state, and federal governments in order to implement these changes, right? I mean, I even go so far to say this. Everyone goes, well, we need to have a law that says voter ID in all 50 states. Well, then you need all 50 states to pass that law, my friend, because if you want if you give the federal government the power to mandate voter ID in all 50 states, and now the federal government is telling each state how to run their elections, guess what is about to go away? The Electoral College. Guess what else is about to go away? Your paper ballots. You're giving the federal government too much power in this case. So we have to do it the right way. I'm all about securing the election. I want the SAVE Act passed 100%, right?
Yep.
If for no other reason, let's play the Democrat. Keep the Russians from voting in our election. Pass the SAVE Act. So here's the thing, though, right? Right now, today, and this has been the case since 2020, we have what we have, right? The system is what it is. In some states, we do have way too much early voting. Use it. Don't just look at it and give it the middle finger. Take your friends out and vote. Mm-hmm. I mean, I equate this to a hockey team, okay? Imagine a hockey team that just they don't believe at all in scoring goals in the first two periods. We're going to play, but we only score in the third period. And then you get into the third period, you're down 6-0.
Yep.
You can't win. You just can't. Okay. Play all phases of the game, every single phase of the game while we have it. I don't love mail-in balloting. I don't love ballot harvesting. I don't love voting on machines. I don't love voting early. The fact of the matter is all of that exists where we can start putting points on the board. If we decide we're not putting points on the board using those different ways of casting your vote, and then we complain at the end that we didn't have enough votes or that the system is rigged or whatever, and it is, they do cheat. I'm not denying that. But we can use the system too. And if we don't use the entire system, it's only our fault that we lost at the end of the day.
Beat them at their own game, right? Beat them at their own game. I remember when I was a kid in 1998. I'll give you another sports analogy. It was the summer of 98, and Sammy Sosa and Mark McGwire are on steroids. They're hitting home run moonshots all over baseball stadiums across the country. You know who got really jealous and was tired of being left out? Barry Bonds. What happened the next year in spring training in 1999? Barry Bonds started taking advantage of the system too. He started taking PEDs and steroids. His head was 2 sizes bigger. His hat wouldn't even fit on his head. He was so juiced. He looked like Popeye after spinach. He started to play the game as well. And what did he do? He hit 73 home runs. You don't have to like the system, but if you don't utilize it to your advantage, then don't cry about it when you lose, right?
Bingo. 100%. If you don't like the system, I don't like the way the system is run. I went down the list. I'll go down the list again because I'm sure there's some people. Well, what do you mean? I thought you don't like early voting. Why would you early vote? Because it exists. It's there. So you might as well find people to use it. I mean, my biggest word of advice, right, when it comes to early voting, go ahead. If you want to vote early, track your vote. Go back down on election day. Make sure it counted. If it didn't, vote again. I'm not telling you to commit election fraud. I'm telling you to follow up. There's a phrase in crypto. I love crypto. There's these meme coins, and you have these people putting memes all over the place to get more people to buy their projects, so the price goes up. They say work for your bags. We got to work for our bags. We can't just go and vote and hope everything is okay. All right. If you go ahead and participate in early voting, work for your vote. Make sure that you have documentation that your vote counted. If it didn't, get your ass down to the voting center. Okay. Pick up a provisional ballot. They'll give you one and cast your vote again. This way, something is going to be counted. You're not going to be counted twice. That's what the provisional ballot is for. That's if all else fails, here's this just to back it up if the vote wasn't actually counted. We got to work a lot harder. I don't want drop boxes. I don't want ballot harvesting. But the only way to get rid of that is to win. And the only way to win is to use the entire system to our advantage.
I just think Democrats outwork Republicans.
I feel 100%.
I feel like
100%.
We need more Republicans like Scott Pressler who never take a day off. I mean, and that's the other thing. I don't want to see a guy like Scott Pressler's hard work just go completely for nothing with all the work he's done across the state of Pennsylvania, across the country. And I'm not saying people need to, quit their jobs and become like Scott Pressler, but, the reality is we could use 10,000 more Scott Presslers nationwide, getting people registered and spreading the word about what's going on here, and then, being in a much better position. And he's only one man, and he's done a great job, but it's just so infuriating because what cost you 4 years ago. And,
right.
What's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results? So
yes, sir.
That's what concerns me. Speaking of Pennsylvania, and by the way, our buddy Linda Kearns, you can check out her website at protectthevote.com because she's certainly looking for people that can be ballot volunteers and watch on Election Day. Let's get to clip number 6. This is Mark Halperin talking about Pennsylvania when it pertains to the election, because as we know, Pennsylvania electorally, 19 votes up for grabs, and he believes that Democrats are not doing as well as people are leading you to believe in the polls. Let's take a listen and watch this. Clip number 6.
So, Pennsylvania, key to the whole race right now in terms of the Electoral College. I've been asking people 2 questions in the state, national strategists and campaigns. 2 questions. One is, who's currently ahead in Pennsylvania? And where does Pennsylvania rank in terms of 1 through 7 of the states Harris is most likely to win? 1, it would be Wisconsin or Michigan. Then the question is, where's Pennsylvania? Some people have it as high as 3rd. Some people have it as low as 6th. One of my sources gave me a list and put it at 6. If that's true and Harris loses Pennsylvania, she's almost certainly not going to win. There are mathematical ways for her to win. Some of them go beyond mathematics, but very tough for her to win if she does win Pennsylvania. I talked to 2 people today, Democrats who know the state very well, and they both said that they thought Harris not only was behind in Pennsylvania today, but they thought she was likely to lose the state. They didn't rule out that she could win it, but they thought it was unlikely. And if you believe that, what these people believe, and if you believe that what my source does, that her chances of winning Pennsylvania are quite low, you can't make her the favorite. And you almost can't even say this race is a toss-up, because Harris without Pennsylvania is not in a competitive competition. She could win it, but it's not a tied race.
So there you go. I actually tend to believe that right now. I do not think she is currently leading Pennsylvania. I think a lot of things are going to come down to next Tuesday here in Philadelphia. I think if there is that sliver out there, the undecided voter, whether that's in Bucks County or a bellwether county like Northampton County, I do think next Tuesday will go a long way. But my biggest concern is still, when we're talking specifically about Pennsylvania, and Dawn, you talk to these women all the time, suburban moms, I think that could be, if Trump is to lose Pennsylvania, I think it's the suburban mom factor. If I had to come up with one demographic that I think ultimately costs Trump and elevates Kamala, it's the suburban mom.
Suburban moms, but also not just moms. I would say young women who are first-time voters. So I would say that 18 to 25 demographic is critical.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the so-called reproductive rights issue comes into play.
Right.
Because I have to wonder this, as far as the so-called suburban moms, they're looking at this economy. And do they look at Kamala Harris and think, well, is she really somebody who has a handle on all of the policy? And do I trust her? So do I trust her with my kids' future, with the safety and security of our country? So the crime plays into it. And even the college campuses. I mean, yesterday I was just reporting on, for example, in Westchester, they have all this crime that they did not have before.
Mm-hmm.
And as we start out back to school with every age, but especially colleges, the hike in crime and the fear among college students and young women.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that play out?
Yep.
Are they brainwashed to just think, oh, it's all about my reproductive rights? Or do they say, you know what, not for nothing, but everybody uses Plan B. If we have unprotected relations, we're just going to go, because that's what they all do.
Mm-hmm.
And there's really not a lot of education, I think, on that issue as far as what it does to your body. That's not It's not intended for birth control. I won't get into it, but those are the issues that women should be discussing, right? And these women who go on the commercials and say, well, my daughter, I hope she has the same choices. Really? Do you have a relationship with your daughter? Like, it's just sad and disappointing that those are the commercials, and they should, in my humble opinion, they should be ashamed of doing those if that's really their daughter. With them.
Yep.
To me, it's really icky.
And I'm glad you brought up just younger women in general. I'll just expand it a little bit further from 18 to 25 to 18 to 29. Sean, we've seen a lot in the news with the gender gap and the disparity getting wider. 18 to 29-year-old women, super liberal, if not progressive. 18 to 29-year-old men, super conservative. This is where I think you have to what Dawn was saying, those 18 to 29-year-old super liberal or progressive women, how high up is abortion on their priority list? If it's a one-issue election, Trump is screwed. If single liberal women say, well, it's an issue, but the economy supersedes that, the border, crime, things like that, inflation, maybe that works against Kamala Harris and won't be the ultimate kiss of death, so to speak, for Trump in the gender gap wars.
I think abortion is an issue for 18 to 29. There's no doubt, especially because of the way it's framed, right? Oh, Donald Trump is going to impose a national abortion ban. And they make this big deal about how Roe versus Wade is overturned. So they're contradicting themselves right there, right? Because Roe versus Wade was overturned, meaning the federal government has no jurisdiction to touch abortion at all. It's in the hands of the states. If you want to make change, get off your butt, go be an activist, get your friends organized, and lobby for what you want at the state level. It is now in your hands. It's time for accountability. You want to make change? Go make it. It's not up to the government, Trump or Harris, to dictate to any state what they should do with abortion. Period. End of story. You could like it. You could not like it. That's where it is. It's in your lap. You now have more power. You should be happy about that. That's number one. Number two, if abortion is still a motivating issue for 18 to 29-year-olds, it is only because of, as we said, the way it's framed. But here's the silver lining. Okay, yes, that's an emotional thing, and they can be manipulated through emotions. I get it. But you know what they don't do every day? They don't get an abortion every day. They probably don't even think about getting an abortion every day. They're not in a position to get an abortion every single day, but they do eat every day. They do drive every day. They do buy stuff every day. You go to 7-Eleven, you buy a pack of gum, you realize that's really expensive. It used to not be like this. You buy your groceries, you go and buy some fast food, whatever it might be. You're filling up your car or your truck with gas. You understand things cost more, okay? And at the end of the day, they're going to be more exposed to the increased cost, the inflation. Maybe 18 to 29, you're thinking about how you want to start saving for your future to buy a home. That looks impossible. So at what point in time, what is worth more to you? The possibility that you may need to have an abortion, or buying a home, not eating tonight because beef is too expensive, not being able to, go out with your friends because you had to put your money into your gas tank. So I think the silver lining is, you're exposed to the bad economic environment every day, and you only hear about abortion in these campaign stops when that messaging is, pushed on you. But you are seeing and living the bad Kamalanomics, Bidenomics economy every single day. And that's why I think, that's going to take precedent, or at least tamp down the single issue voter this election cycle.
All right. That'll do it for round one of the cut sheet. We'll get to more coming up an hour from now. On the other side, it's time for a Dawn Stensland Big Three, and we'll do that to wrap up the 8 o'clock hour as we continue here on a Thursday edition of Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Sean on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriati, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
And now Martha Stewart for Skechers.
When I make a dish or embark on a craft project, I always use the finest, most fabulous ingredients and materials. Which is why, when it comes to footwear, I love Skechers. Because Skechers is the comfort technology company and uses the most luxurious, innovative materials and designs to make wondrously comfortable footwear with all the fits and features like Arch Fit and Skechers' world-famous air-cooled memory foam. It's exactly the way I'd make shoes.
Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
And welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Texting enrolls in recurring automated text marketing messages. Message frequency varies. Message and data rates may apply. Reply help for help or stop to opt out.
Are you drinking too much? Is alcohol affecting your relationships? Could drinking be affecting your job?
Hi, I'm Jonathan, founder of Or Health. I struggled with alcohol misuse for 15 years. I tried self-help, therapy, and traditional 12-step programs, but nothing really worked. That's why I started Or Health. Or Health provides access to safe and effective medication, FDA approved for the treatment of alcohol issues. A daily pill proven to reduce alcohol cravings and make it easier to drink less or quit.
To join the thousands who are drinking less or who have quit altogether, text CHECK to 710-710. You'll be sent a secure link to Or Health's private online assessment. If treatment is right for you, a licensed medical professional will prescribe medication for discreet and convenient delivery to your door. Just text CHECK to 710-710. That's CHECK to 710-710.
Not available in all states. For SMS terms, privacy policy, risk, and restrictions, please go to orhealth.com/terms. Use as directed.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated, forlorn even, like your efforts are futile, and you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine. Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all of that. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, you can forget your frustrations because we find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F word. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Fantastic.
So, whether you need to hire 4, 40, or 400 people, get ready to meet first-rate talent. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Don't forget, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Finally, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-246-0553. 800-246-0553. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-246-0553.
Hey, it's Ike Reese. These days, everything in Philly costs more. But a single line at Verizon doesn't. Get one line for as low as $50 per month when you switch and bring your phone. So, while coffee is definitely costing more, here at Verizon, you can save. And dinner for two has gotten pricey. Verizon, less pricey. Logan Square rent, that's not coming down anytime soon. But Verizon, down. One line for just $50 a month. Limited edition sneakers, through the roof. One line from Verizon, through the floor. That designer golden doodle, so much more, but Verizon, a fair bit less. Even a good old tried and true hamburger will cost you more. But with Verizon, the same tried and true service is now just $50 per month for a single line on unlimited welcome. With auto pay plus taxes and fees. Point is, in a world that is always costing more, you can get more for less right now at a Philly Verizon store.
$15 promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G, 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
We're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that our daughters have what they need to grow and learn. But that isn't the case for nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. that struggle with hunger.
Childhood hunger is a heartbreaking reality that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and provides it to families and children in need.
You can help kids in need in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org. Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Kayal and Company as we continue live on a Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Stocker will be back tomorrow morning. Mystery movie clip is coming up at 9:20 this morning. More of the cut sheet as well as what occurred today in music history, what's on tap for the Dawn Show, and a whole lot more, including we're going to get to the Georgia high school shooting as well as the Nashville Shooter Manifesto was released finally after a year and a half. We'll get to those stories. And also at the top of the hour, some new polling numbers are in and a prediction is made. We will hit on those as well. But before that, let's wrap up the 8 o'clock hour with some news. Time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 8:47.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Express Employment Professionals. So new this morning, the family of the accused Georgia school shooter, Colt Gray, is now threatening to go full throttle. According to the Daily Mail, this just came up, and this is making international news after the 14-year-old has been charged as an adult for murdering 4 people yesterday inside the school. So Gray's family speaking out and defending him within hours of him opening fire at the Appalachia High School there in Georgia, where he's accused of murdering 2 children and 2 other teachers and injuring 9 others. So this is I think a disturbing new development, but they're saying that they will take care of the aunt of this accused shooter, saying she will, quote, take care of my nephew and what he needs on his side.
What he needs is to be locked up for the rest of his life and put down like a sick dog. But I find it odd that he's 14, correct?
Yes.
The shooter? So how is it, and I'm not trying to be conspiratorial in nature, just more curious, how is it that a 14-year-old has no social media presence?
You know, it's weird how that works, right? The same with the Trump shooter.
Yeah,
Apparently he was nowhere.
Yeah, but at their ages, only because I have teenage sons, they're not on like Twitter. They're not on. They don't have a profile. That's not their thing.
Your boys are not on social media right now, or they weren't at 14?
None of the above. They're not doing the social media that is traditional for even people who are, let's say, I would say maybe 26, 27 years old and above are going to do more traditional social media. If you're under 25 or under, I don't know, we could ask Henry Machette.
I personally was on social media at 11.
At which social media?
All of them. Twitter, Instagram.
Right, but you're in your mid-20s.
So what is the new social media that you're referring to here?
Well, they're
is this
on
like the gaming streaming stuff?
Yeah, and Snapchat. Boom.
Snapchat too, yeah.
Snapchat and others, but they're not. So Henry, answer, you're 24, 20?
I'm 25.
Okay, 25.
TikTok is another big one for the kids, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I love TikTok.
They do, but for
China.
Yeah. But so it leads to the question, and I'm not sure of this. Some of the people targeted, we now know from the family of one of the victims killed, the 14-year-old. One of the 14-year-olds killed yesterday was, in fact, on the autism spectrum, and one of the teachers was a special education teacher.
Yeah.
So my question this morning is this 14-year-old that's about to be charged as an adult, is he somehow on the spectrum?
Oh.
Is the family reacting to him being charged as an adult or what have you?
Okay.
Because, and I'm asking the question,
right?
Is this an individual with special needs?
Okay. Yeah, it is interesting because
I don't have that info.
The one victim has autism, and I don't know if that was an entire class of, students with disabilities, or if that was just one kid in, your traditional classroom that had, some bit of autism or was on the spectrum, so to speak. That's interesting. I didn't think about that.
So, because I'm looking at this and I'm just inferring. The other question for investigators is how this 14-year-old was able to get his hands on this, this semi-automatic rifle that he was able to bring into school. That's another question. And then there's all kinds of, footage that has emerged from this. And it's just heart-wrenching with some of the students who, did not survive, some who did survive, but saying, texting their parents, I love you, I'm scared.
Yeah.
My gosh.
I watched one of the kids, I think he's a senior at the high school yesterday. He was interviewed on Fox News, and unfortunately, he and some of his classmates, before the authorities arrived, were, trying to put pressure on one of the gunshot wounds in one of the victims, obviously to prevent some of the bleeding. And sadly, it was I'm paraphrasing here, it was so bad that they just had to let him go and the child bled out.
My God.
I mean, can you imagine at 17, 18 years old? And this is second day back to school? I mean, we're not even barely into the school year and these things are popping up.
So that's obviously, in making headlines in the news this morning. The other one is Liz Cheney endorsing Kamala Harris. I know that you're all shocked by that. But,
I've got the clip if
She
you
looks
want to
like
play
Miss
it. If you'd like to go to the tape with clip 18, we can play it, or we could save it for the cut sheet part 2, or we could just throw it in the trash. It's up to you. Your call, dealer's choice.
No,
how
you guys.
How about the mainstream media though making a big deal of Liz Cheney endorsing Kamala, but downplaying the RFK thing?
Oh, of course, yes.
What's more significant? Let's think about that.
So much for a fair and balanced media.
Well, speaking of that, the so-called Nostradamus of presidential election, who correctly predicted many of the presidential elections over the past decades, maybe 4 decades, has revealed his 2024 pick. This is historian Alan Lichtman revealing the fact that he believes that Kamala Harris has met all of the, quote, critical objectives that he uses for victory. So he predicts Kamala Harris will be, dare I say it, the next president of the United States of America.
Yeah, I think Alan Lichtman is 10-1 in his presidential elections. I think you're right, Dawn, going back to 1984, roughly, is when he started. And he's got I just retweeted it. He's got a 13 key model that he uses. I have no problem if he's predicting Harris to win, but of the 13 key models, and he'll go blue or red, who he think wins that category. I don't understand how you can arrive at the economy in favor of Kamala Harris over Donald Trump. But of course, people aren't going to want to listen to it. They're not going to want to believe it. And I'm glad you brought this up, Dawn, because at Truth Trump 1, who follows me on Twitter, he's got a mugshot of Donald Trump as his avatar. He responded to my retweet of the Alan Lichtman model with one word: gaslighting. So yes, Alan Lichtman, who's been doing this for 40 years, is just gaslighting people with 9 followers on social media. That's his objective here.
Well, my question is, you said he was 10-1. What is the one?
I think the one he lost was it 2012 or 2004? I forget. So we went through this exercise a few weeks ago.
I know. I'm trying to remember this.
Stalker had each one in front of him. He's 10-1. I don't recall which one he got wrong, but 10 out of 11 is pretty good. But I just love the response.
That's not bad.
Gaslighting. Okay, because he picked something that you don't like. I got news for you. I'm going to gaslight you. The Packers are beating the Eagles tomorrow. How you like them apples? All right? All right? Gaslighting. Entry-level rebuttals.
I just find it interesting because wasn't it just yesterday she's in New Hampshire and released some of her economic policy, but I don't know how he can look at the basis of policy when we don't fully know her policy.
Yeah, I mean, you can easily pick this apart. I mean, I think he has 9 of the 13 in favor of Harris, which I definitely don't agree on. But the economy one, I mean, there's if
he lost in 2000, by the way.
It was 2000. It was the Al Gore George Bush election. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. But go ahead, Dawn. Continue.
Which was very close.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, it's
Hanging
2000.
Chads.
Hanging Chads.
Hanging Chads. There you go.
Not to be confused with Norman Chad.
But I think that, that he says there are a lot of quotes from him as he's speaking out, but I find that fascinating that he's talking about economic indicators. And just yesterday, didn't she say she was going to, she was going to go lower with the capital gains tax than Biden?
Yeah,
go
it was
to
28%. Yeah.
So that's curious to me. And I don't know if he looks at media influence.
Oh, good point. Yeah. Yep.
I don't have that answer, but in any event, that's something that's getting a lot of reaction this morning. Let's talk about our sponsor this morning, Express Employment Professionals. If your supply chain demands a flexible workforce, hire with Express Employment Professionals. With contract and full-time workers from Express Employment, you get the staff you need and manage contingent labor costs. Learn more at expresspros.com. That is expresspros.com. This is Kayal and Company, Big 3.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 8:57, we will come back and get to the 9 o'clock hour. The Nashville shooter manifesto was released just a day or two ago. We have to get into this a little bit, and it'll tie into what happened with Georgia as well. Typically, the Democrats, they always want to point the finger in one specific direction. But you know what? That direction also prevented more loss of life. We'll get to that as we continue. Hour number 4 is coming up next.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano at Batteries Plus Bulbs in Mount Laurel and Northfield. My great friend Roy is looking for help. A handy do-it-yourselfer would be ideal. Great low-pressure part-time job. Customer service is the key. If you're willing to do what it takes to help, you need to talk to Roy. Be part of the team. They power it, they light it, they fix it. Roy says tell them all the time, we fix things, phones and all of that. Give them a call at 856-638-0778. Batteries Plus Bulbs, Mount Laurel and Northfield.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
With NJ Diet, you can lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. They have customers that have lost 37 pounds, 100 pounds, and over 120 pounds, and they've kept it off. You'll have more energy, and you'll probably see better lab results. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to provide you personalized natural formulas and supplements so you can lose the weight, and DNA testing will help you keep it off. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. Go to njdiet.com.
Jack Daniels and Coca-Cola tailgating and watching the birds. It doesn't get any better. So stop by your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store and save $1 on cases of Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, along with Jack Honey and Lemonade, Jack and Ginger Ale, and Jack and Tennessee Apple Fizz. All ready to drink in a can. Jack and Coke, born for the tailgate. Please drink responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniels Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Labor Day signals that fall is fast approaching. Apple picking, fall leaves, and chilly nights are on the horizon. With Legacy Box, you can cozy up and watch something special this fall. Your family's home movies. Legacy Box is the simple, safe, all-inclusive solution for preserving your family's memories trapped on videotapes, film, even photos.
After 10 years in business, LegacyBox is the world's largest digitizer. They've helped over 1 million families relive their wedding days, babies' first steps, and family road trips. Just fill LegacyBox with your VHS tapes, film reels, or pictures. LegacyBox digitizes it all by hand right here in the USA, and then sends it back on a thumb drive or the cloud. Future-proof your recorded moments today so you can gather the family and begin the trip down memory lane. Plus, for a limited time, they're offering 55% off. Go to legacybox.com/value to get 55% off. That's legacybox.com/value.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Have you heard all the talk about fresh pet food? Well, at Dogs and Cats Rule, when it comes to fresh, healthy ingredients, we lead the way. Hi, I'm George Parenti, and I'm here to tell you there's nothing better nutrition-wise than fresh food for your pet. Stop in to one of our 7 neighborhood locations and ask our expert staff how a real, fresh, meat-based diet can change your pet's overall health and well-being. Shop online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.905, it is the fourth and final hour. Kayal and Company on a Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You can always get us on the free Odyssey app wherever you may go and watch us live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. So let's get to the school shooting stuff. I know we've talked about it a few times in the news and in the Big Three. I want to play you this clip, and then we'll get to some of the specific details, and then also tie in what has been released in Nashville, Tennessee, because these really fall under the same umbrella. Boys, this is clip number 12 as we got an official update from the school as well as the sheriff. I believe this is Appalachia High School, and we got some further details last night. Clip number 12, listen and watch this.
Additionally, what I want you to know as of now, there are 4 individuals who are deceased from this incident. 9 that have been taken to local hospitals with various injuries. Of those that are deceased, 2 are students and 2 are teachers here at the school. The priority right now for us within this investigation is to gather all the facts, to make sure that we're accurate with it, because this is a murder investigation. As the sheriff mentioned earlier this morning, the shooter is in custody. His name is Colt. That's C-O-L-T Gray. He is a 14-year-old student here at the school, G-R-A-Y. He is a 14-year-old student here at the high school. Again, he has been taken into custody. He will be charged with murder, and he will be tried as an adult and handled as an adult. We're coordinating these charges and obviously this investigation with District Attorney Brad Smith, who is the district attorney for the Piedmont Judicial Circuit here.
So the FBI also releasing a statement on social media yesterday from their Atlanta field office, and they say the following. FBI Atlanta responded earlier today to Appalachia High School following reports of an active shooter. Throughout the day, FBI personnel have been coordinating with and supporting local and state law enforcement. The FBI will dedicate all available resources as requested to seek justice and bring closure to the victims and their families. In May 2023, the FBI's National Threat Operations Center received several anonymous tips about online threats to commit a school shooting at an unidentified location and time. The online threats contained photographs of guns. Within 24 hours, the FBI determined the online post originated in Georgia, and the FBI's Atlanta field office referred the information to the Jackson County Sheriff's Office for action. The Jackson County Sheriff's Office located a possible subject, a 13-year-old male, and interviewed him and his father. The father stated that he had hunting guns in the house. I believe Dawn was reading this earlier, but the subject did not have unsupervised access to them. The subject denied making the threats online. Jackson County alerted local schools for continued monitoring of the subject. At that time, there was no probable cause for arrest or to take any additional measures. So here we go again, and I think this kind of ties back, generally speaking, to Butler, PA, where you have, Secret Service versus Butler ESU. You have the FBI Atlanta versus Jackson County Sheriff's Office. And it seems to me like every time something slips through the cracks, so to speak, of the feds, whether it's the FBI or, from a presidential standpoint, the Secret Service, they always seem to pass the blame down to the local authorities. But it's hard for me to accept the FBI or the Secret Service at face value, or they've done all their due diligence, when it seems to me like they are more focused on things like looking for a 68-year-old grandmother from January 6th who strolled around the Capitol for 14 minutes like she was shopping at a mall on a Sunday morning. So these are the things that don't sit well with me. And immediately, we always get it's got to be about guns, it's got to be about red flags and laws and paperwork and documentation. And I'm all for having people certified to carry a firearm. But to me, I'm not sure and we've talked about this a lot with Dawn and Greg. Let me start with Sean here. Sean, where are you on this? Because I feel like, to me, we live in a society, and we don't know anything about this Colt Gray individual. But we have a lot of kids. We certainly know Audrey Hale in Nashville, who we'll get to in a moment, spent over 2 decades at Vanderbilt for mental health issues. And what do? We drug them up, we give them medication, and, it just kind of send them on their way. To me, this is not a gun issue. This is a mental health issue, because at the end of the day, there's something wrong in between your ears if you feel like you've reached a point in your life where you need to walk into a school and murder multiple people. Your thoughts?
Yeah, it's not a gun issue. Just like you see in Germany, they're pondering and proposing now knife bans because guns are banned and now people are killing each other with knives. Okay. The only thing, nobody wants to see this. Nobody wants to see this happening in schools. It shouldn't happen in schools. I heard Kamala give her remarks yesterday in New Hampshire. And if there's one thing that I can agree with her on, she said, it doesn't have to be this way. And it doesn't. And she's right about that. Not about the way she wants to make it. Not about the way she wants to get there. But I think we could all agree, right, as Americans, that kids, when they go to school, should not be thinking in the back of their head, what if today is the day a gunman walks into the building? Okay? I think we can all agree on that. That's not me saying that I'm voting for her or that her position is correct on how she wants to get there. But I think we could all agree that, maybe that we should take that off the plate of the children. They shouldn't be doing active shooter drills or be thinking about this all the time. That being said, it's not a gun issue. It's not a gun issue. All you do by restricting certain firearms is you subject law-abiding gun owners to more laws and regulations. If there's one thing that a criminal, especially a criminal that has arrived at the conclusion that killing people is appropriate, there's one thing that a criminal is not going to do if they're hell-bent and sold and, already come to grips with the fact that they want to kill somebody. They're not going to second guess themselves and say, well, the weapon that I'm going to use to kill people might be restricted, so maybe I shouldn't do it. You know what else is restricted? Killing people. Okay. That's against the law. So how do we protect the schools? Now, I did a lot of work on Long Island. I've met a lot of cops, veterans, the PBA out there. There are a number of retired police officers who would guard those schools for free. They would stand outside there for free. And the biggest thing you hear from the left is, well, you're going to turn our schools into jails. These guards are not going to be pointing the guns at the students. My wife went to school in Florida. They had a sheriff's deputy that was outside of their building. He carried a firearm. All the kids loved him. All the kids respected him. Nobody messed around at the school. Okay. The point of the matter is violence will always take the path of least resistance. If there is somebody who wants to shoot up a school and they find out that it is easy to get into that school, that there are no obstructions, that there's nothing standing in their way, that's where they're going to go. If you put an armed guard or a group of armed security at that school simply to defend that school from what we saw yesterday, the chances of what happened yesterday happening at that school are drastically lower. Coming down on the gun is not going to stop it, okay? And then to Nick, your point, this is a mental health problem. Of course, you look at Audrey Hale, Vanderbilt, since she was 6 years old, they were pumping her full of drugs. If you were dealing with an individual, a child, a young adult, an adolescent, whatever you want to refer to them as, and this person is is experiencing gender dysphoria, right? You don't go ahead and affirm the insanity. All right. You don't do that, because eventually when you stop affirming that insanity, you deal with something called an extinction burst, meaning the behavior becomes amplified. You ever teach your dog how to speak and then you don't give the dog the treat? What does the dog do? He speaks louder until he gets what he wants. That's what happens across the board. So if we're going to be affirming insanity, you have a 13-year-old girl. She swears she's a boy. She has no clue at that point in time if that's how she's going to feel when she's 18. But you're going to chop off her breasts. You're going to pump her full of drugs. You're going to put her on cocktails of medication that could screw not just with her hormones, but the chemical balances and imbalances of her brain that could lead her into a situation where she feels no hope and she's full of nothing but depravity for everyone and everybody that's around her, to the point where she wants to kill children. That's where we are. If you have an anorexic friend and you know your friend is anorexic and you know your friend needs to eat, and your friend comes up to you and says, Nick Kayal, I am fat as hell, are you going to say, yeah, you're right, you should continue starving? No, you're going to do the right thing. You're not going to affirm the voices in the head of a schizophrenic and say, yeah, those voices are totally real, bro. Do everything they say. You're going to try and help them. This epidemic, this mental health epidemic, where we're just throwing pills at kids, we're throwing conditions at children, we're affirming the insanity, and then acting like it's the gun's fault or the Second Amendment's fault or gun culture. Remember when they tried to blame video games for this whole thing? How about we take real measures to protect the property that the children are learning in, right? Let's get those armed guards at those schools. Tennessee passed a bill. Teachers are allowed to carry. It's not the Wild West. You can't just walk in. There are courses you have to take. There are requirements you must meet, and the district has to vote to approve it. It's not a statewide thing where everyone has to do it. That's number one. Let's get some folks in there who can neutralize these threats before 4 children die. All right. Or however many were killed in Nashville, 6 or 7 of them, unfortunately, or there's 3 kids, 3 adults, whatever it was, before the tragedy happens. Let's get people in there that can neutralize the threat before the police have to show up and start pulling bodies out of the school, number one. And number two, the mental health crisis. Let's get these people who are suffering from a mental health issue the help they need, not just put a Band-Aid on it and affirm the insanity, because it is clear that is helping nobody.
Dawn, you countlessly give us the news, and almost 9 out of every 10 times you lead with a shooting in Philadelphia. You know, it's amazing. I'm always wondering where the gun grabbers are in Philadelphia, Chicago, New York, L.A., Atlanta, Detroit, you name the city. They're never around when it's just the routine run-of-the-mill inner-city shooting. But when there's a school shooting, we've got to take drastic measures. Interesting hypocrisy, right?
Yeah, and you think about how many days I begin with, talking about the fact that many of the shooting victims, those who survive, those who don't survive, are under the age of 18. So they're teenagers, they're children in Philadelphia. Some of them are the intended targets, some of them are not. But why don't we more often call these situations, mass shootings? Mm-hmm. Why is this not making national news? You look right now. I mean, to be honest, this is one of the victims of the kids shot in Georgia. One of the 14-year-old identified by family being autistic is an African American child, young teen, and the other individual, I believe, is Hispanic. The shooter is reported to be a white boy, but this is a predominantly white school. And all the national media is there right now, and they're all leading with it this morning. And the president and vice president are talking about, gun violence and these mass shootings. Well, how come they don't talk about Philadelphia? Where were they? What was it, last March when 9 kids at a school bus stop, which is a SEPTA bus stop in Philadelphia, were gunned down? Where were they then? Why isn't that a big story? And I would submit to you that it's racist. Let's just say it's racist, because the vast majority, if you look up at Philadelphia shooting victims dashboard that exists, the vast majority, more than 80% of our shooting victims in the city of Philadelphia are in the so-called black and brown community, and 67% are black boys and teens. Well, so how come nobody's reporting on that? Where's the national media?
Right.
Where's the Today Show?
Yep.
So it doesn't fit into the narrative that they want.
Yeah. And then if you want to try to bring up money, I would counter with this. So you're telling me you don't have money for a school resource officer or a police officer or maybe just an entry-level metal detector at the main entrance, but we've got money for electric school buses. We've got money for
billions of dollars.
Yeah, for curriculums in pronouns and all this other nonsense. And even other stuff like playgrounds for recess. Yes, recess is important. 12-year-olds need to burn off energy. But what's more important, burning off energy for 15 minutes or having the proper adequate safety at your school? Now, I think schools have taken a lot of steps in the right direction. I just gave you the story a few days ago. My girls at Bluebell. I mean, my God, we had to go through 3 locked doors, an intercom, a camera looking up at us. I had to show my ID. I thought I was going into Fort Knox for a second, which is great. I felt good about it. But Sean, you mentioned, teachers in Nashville and Tennessee now that are able to carry a firearm. And, oh, by the way, they are properly trained to do so, right?
Yeah, well, this is how it has to go in Tennessee. So the district has to vote on it first, the school board, okay, on whether or not they even want to allow teachers to obtain their, I guess, license, permit, ability, whatever it is, to bring the firearm into school. So it's, a lot of the gun activists out here, the anti-gun activists were like, oh, and now teachers are just going to be walking in with a rifle. Like no, obviously not. Okay, number one. But if a district does vote to allow teachers to carry firearms in the building, there's a number of training that has to be done. Yes, in order for it to, in order for that to requirements to be met, so that it's safe, right? So that someone's just not walking in, twirling a pistol like Yosemite Sam, in the hallway, right? No, seriously, because that's what people made it. That's what people made it out to be. Like, oh, it's going to be the Wild West in Tennessee school. Like, first, the district has to approve it, which means the community gets together. They go participate in the school board meetings, which, by the way, that's where the domestic terrorists apparently go. We'd rather go watch parents at school board meetings than do anything about these potential mass shooters. I'm tired of the on the radar thing. And I'm not arguing for more surveillance or more aggressive, intrusions into homes or private property. Right. I'm just saying, we hear about these terrible people on the radar of the FBI. As you said, they're more, if you gave the Capitol a dirty look on January 6th, they're busting your door down. They're throwing flashbangs in there and they're pulling you out of your house in your underwear. But where should the focus actually be if we really want to stop children from dying in schools? But yes, in Tennessee, teachers are allowed to carry firearms if the district allows it first. And then if they meet certain requirements that would then have them, be eligible to carry those firearms in school.
All right. If you guys have thoughts, you can jump in. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. Social media at 1210 WPHT. It's 9:22. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Where'd Joppy, Mouse? Huh? Where'd Joppy? He right there. What happened? I ain't had no time to be tying him up easy. What?
Look, you just said don't shoot him, right?
That's right.
Well, I didn't. I choked him.
What?
Well, how am I gonna help you out if I'm back here fooling around with him now? Easy, look, if you ain't want him killed, why'd you leave him with me?
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Once again, today, our prize, a pair of tickets to Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. It is coming up at the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood, New Jersey on September 12th. Hey, that's a week from today, next Thursday. Each ticket also includes a copy of Letters to Trump. Tickets on sale. 1210WPHT.com. We'll come back and put a bow on our conversation with the Nashville perspective of the school violence. And then we'll get to Cut Sheet Part 2. But first, Dawn Stensland has this word from the Piazza Auto Group.
Yeah, because technically it's still summertime, and still it's time to get back out on the roads. Maybe this Sunday, take a day trip. What about it? My friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles from some of the most beautiful, powerful, sleek vehicles on the roadways right now. I'm talking about Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, and more. Just visit PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. You can stop by one of their many dealers across Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey. PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Schools are opening. Labor Day weekend has passed, but we're not ready to say goodbye to summer just yet. So join Rich Cioli at his happy place, the Grand Hotel in Cape May. Be there this Friday, September 6th from 3 till 7 for great fun and guests as we hold on to summer just a little longer. Rich Cioli's at the Grand Hotel in Cape May tomorrow 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
When you look at your kids or grandkids, you can't help but wonder. You wonder what their world will be like in 20 years. Then you think about yourself. What will your life be like when you step away from work and into retirement? There are a lot of things you can't control, but with the right planning, there are some things you can. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, our Portfolio X-Ray is designed to show you how you're doing so far and what your monthly income will look like in the future. In other words, they can take you from wondering to knowing. So take control of your financial future. Call today for a complimentary evaluation. 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune into The Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Labor Day signals that fall is fast approaching. Apple picking, fall leaves, and chilly nights are on the horizon. With Legacy Box, you can cozy up and watch something special this fall. Your family's home movies. Legacy Box is the simple, safe, all-inclusive solution for preserving your family's memories trapped on videotapes, film, even photos. After 10 years in business, Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer. They've helped over 1 million families relive their wedding days, babies' first steps, and family road trips. Just fill Legacy Box with your VHS tapes, film reels, or pictures. Legacy Box digitizes it all by hand right here in the USA, and then sends it back on a thumb drive or the cloud. Future-proof your recorded moments today so you can gather the family and begin the trip down memory lane. Plus, for a limited time, they're offering 55% off. Go to legacybox.com/value to get 55% off. That's legacybox.com/value.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Czar. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. 6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
What's better than watching your team win? Winning money while you do it. I'm Jim Costa, and on Cash the Ticket, Mike Valeni and I give you the edge to make every game playable. College football, NFL, we're breaking it all down game by game. Your podcast feed is going to be filled, and you're going to love it. You can click on the games you care about. We do it all. With our analysis, we're finding games that other people aren't talking about. We're turning every Saturday and every Sunday into days where you got a chance to win. Don't just sit on the sidelines. Cash the Ticket with us. Follow Cash the Ticket in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, welcome back. Kayal and Company on a Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker today. Stocker will be back tomorrow. The cut sheet part due on the way, as well as what's on tap for the Dawn Show and who won Twitter today, as well as what occurred today in music history. But before all of that, and we're going to get to the Nashville stuff coming up in just a moment, let's grab Victor. He is in Hatboro, and I believe Victor has identified the movie clip this morning. Victor, what movie did we just play for you, sir?
It's A Devil in a Blue Dress.
That is correct, sir. How about Pints and Politics? Pair of tickets next Thursday. Sound good?
Sounds amazing. Thank you, guys.
You got it, Victor. We will see you next Thursday. I think everybody's going to be out there. I know Dom is hosting it with Trump Jr. I've been asked to attend. I think Zioli is attending. That leaves Dawn Stensland.
Yes, Greg already announced that we're the ones helping to introduce Don Jr.
Oh, so it is all of us.
Yes,
okay.
I think it's the whole team.
All right, there we go. I'm going to do my 9 seconds of work and then have 9 cocktails.
Nice.
There you go.
Not true.
Not true. I have to drive. I'm going to have a designated driver.
He's kidding.
Might bring my wife, actually. Yeah, she's becoming a... By the way, this is actually... I can't believe I'm burying a lead here at 9:31. This should be the big take tomorrow. But I'll give it to you now anyway. I think she's going to vote Trump this time. I think I finally worn her down.
Well, or have you won her over because...
I don't want to win her over. I did that 22 years ago. Look where that got me. No, just kidding.
But
I think I got her on the train.
Really?
I think so.
You know what? That's amazing news because...
Good job.
That's like a prayer.
It is.
Because because I think a lot of moms especially, and moms with girls especially, you're looking at and you're influenced by social media and so-called mainstream media that you think that we've all been told we should trust.
Uh-huh.
So now all of a sudden, Kristen's listening to you and then probably thinking, I'm going to prove him wrong. Right? Because that's what you do as a wife, right?
Okay.
And then you look it up and you go, oh, dang.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Boy, if she really does and she pulls the trigger, so to speak,
wow,
it's going to go over well at Thanksgiving with the mother-in-law.
Oh, boy. That'll be interesting. Food fight.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I'll be sitting at the little table like Biden was a few days ago.
Yeah, the Little Tykes desk. Yeah,
Little Tykes desk. Exactly right. Lastly, before we get to the cut sheet, let's get to the Nashville manifesto of the shooter that was released just 2 days ago. The Tennessee Star has done a great job covering this because the Tennessean, which is the paper owned by, I think it's Gwinnett, which owns the USA Today, probably didn't do
USA Today.
Yeah, USA Today, which certainly is not going to cover this story to the extent the Tennessee Star has done. They released 90 pages of writings left behind by the Covenant school killer, Audrey Elizabeth Hale. I hate giving the shooter's name any publicity or airtime. We should be talking about the janitor, the teacher, and the children that were killed. But in that, the 28-year-old, when she died, who was born a biological female but identified as a transgender male at the time of the attack, often signed the journal entries using the name Aiden. There was an octagon symbol that first appeared on the journal's cover within its pages. Its distinctive shape next appears on the first page, opposite of where the killer wrote, "Why does my brain not work right? Because I was born wrong. Soon I will leave this world. You and your friends will be just fine. Does it even matter if I am alive? No regrets, by the gun." And then there's some more disturbing writings. I have just a few of them. Quote, "A terrible feeling to know I am nothing of the gender I was born of." Quote, "I am the most unhappy boy alive." And another one, quote, "I will be of no use of love for any girl if I don't have what they need. Boy's body / male gender." I mean, this is a complete mental health breakdown, obviously. Not to mention 20 plus years of being treated psychiatrically at Vanderbilt, which is right in the heart of downtown Nashville. It's basically an Ivy League institution in Nashville, Tennessee. But, you know, I think this is, and what we have seen is a lot of trans-identifying individuals that have committed attacks and mass shootings. And I really do feel like it's the culmination of the mainstream media telling what I personally believe is a subset of people that are dealing with mental health issues. So if you tell somebody that is mentally not with it, that they and their community that they identify with are consistently under attack, well, what is going to happen? You know, it's like, Sean, you talk about like the dog analogy. Well, if, and this is a disturbing image, but if you keep beating your dog, right? What's the old adage? You know, a dog gets his back up against the wall and then the dog will attack. Eventually the dog's going to snap back at you, right? Because he's tired of being beaten by you. So like, I feel like this is what happens. And we have created this stigma out there that the LGBTQ community is consistently under attack and the boogeyman is the straight, white, masculine male. And this is the culmination of what I think is a ticking time bomb. And I do believe the media, the mainstream media, and the Democrat Party, which clearly tries to garner their vote come election time, they have some culpability in this as well.
There's a word for this. It's called radicalizing. And that's what's happening with this community. Okay. When you have Karine Jean-Pierre and the White House and the mainstream media, as you said, painting this picture that your community is under attack, you're going to eventually, you know, you're essentially beating them up, as you mentioned, and you're going to make them feel like they have to fight back. And, you know, when we've seen in a number of occasions that they can do things, this community can do things that are never held to account, they get this almost feeling of invincibility, like no matter what they're going to do, they're going to get a free pass because, well, we're under attack, you know, we're persecuted, etc. We need our special treatment. They're radicalized, and they've been radicalized over the last, 10 years plus, potentially. You're just seeing it play out over and over and over again. And really, I mean, the whole under attack thing is so silly because, like, when Karine Jean-Pierre says trans rights are under attack or the trans community is under attack, is it like biological males and females that are invading like transgender sports? Are we walking into bathrooms that we shouldn't be in to see that? Like, it's backwards, and it's completely backwards. But again, I think the point that you're kind of focusing on is that you're telling a group of people that they're under attack. It's only a matter of time before they decide they're going to fight back. And that's exactly what happened in the situation here in Nashville, but in other situations as well. There have been a bunch of shooters who have belonged to this community. And I'm not saying that everybody who belongs to this community is a bad person.
No, of course
as a matter of fact, 99% of them are probably great people that are dealing with an issue. And I'm sympathetic that they're dealing with an issue. We're not saying that one bad apple spoils the bunch here. That's what the left does. That's not what I'm going to do. But there is a trend that we're seeing here. And I think we highlighted it. It's a mental health issue.
Yeah. And I think, Dawn, you talk about the media coverage all the time. It took a year and a half to get this manifesto released. People fought tooth and nail to find out what was going on with this individual. You just know that if this was a Trump supporter wearing a red MAGA hat, we would have known every single thing about this person's social media history and their life, not in 18 months, but in 18 hours.
And I think part of the question is with this particular individual who was under a doctor's care for quote unquote emotional disorder. And so my question is, what medications was this individual on? Because I was just revisiting, because I'm a nerd and I keep all these files, the coroner's report, the autopsy on this 28-year-old who was born female and identified as trans. But this person was diagnosed by a medical doctor as having psychological disorders. And so, number one, how does the 28-year-old who has these psychological orders get her hands on these firearms and these weapons? But also, what medications was this individual on? And what medications, for example, they don't talk about this enough. Here in Philadelphia, across the nation, what prescribed medications, because they'll often tell us in the autopsy, this person was not on addictive drugs. This person was not on quote unquote drugs or alcohol, but they don't give us often the information. Was this individual on a prescribed medication? If so,
what are the side effects?
What was that prescribed medication?
Yes. And I want to know, forget about Audrey Hale for a moment. I want to know sooner than later, was Thomas Matthew Crooks on any sort of prescription medication? I want to know about the Georgia shooter from yesterday, because I think, Sean, you said this maybe 20 minutes ago. What do we just rush to do in the medical community? I'll dope them up, give them drugs, because big pharma runs the operation.
It's crazy. I heard an interview, Cheryl Atkinson, she's got a book coming out about this, and she calls it The Rectangle. And basically it'll blow your mind. It makes sense. It's not groundbreaking stuff, but it makes sense. You have Big Pharma. Let's go ahead and talk about the COVID vaccine for a minute. Like, you have Big Pharma, they're pushing this vaccine. Okay. They're manufacturing this vaccine, and the demand for this vaccine is creating a profitable situation for Big Pharma. So what does Big Pharma do? They spend a lot of that money advertising the vaccine so that more people now feel like they want it, so they can continue. There's a continued demand to produce it. So they're making money there. Now they're spending all that money with the mainstream media, right? So your mainstream media outlets that are running these vaccine PSAs, they're now getting in on this game. And then, the mainstream media will support the party that is in favor of the mandate, right? Because if you're mandating the vaccine, now you're forcing demand, okay? Now you're forcing demand for the product that Big Pharma is using to profit, and then spending that money over in the mainstream media. And then the mainstream media is going ahead and supporting the party that's creating the mandate. And it's just round and round and round we go. And you could say the exact same thing about Ozempic or any of these drugs. We don't know what the hell it's doing, that they are running these ads on TV. And you have these, the party of Big Pharma that have been in bed with Big Pharma because the profits that Big Pharma is making is being spent back in the mainstream media, and the mainstream media is going to prop up the party that's going to prop up Big Pharma. It's around and around and around we go. It's a never-ending cycle, and it is destroying society. That is why I love the Make America Healthy Again agenda from RFK and Nicole Shanahan. And that's why they're panicking over it, because it's going to dismantle a huge game that they're playing with all of us.
You know what? I'm glad you brought up Big Pharma and vaccines. Let's skip the cut sheet part due, and we'll just spend about 3 minutes on this. I saw this this was actually posted 20 hours ago. I saw this morning right before the show. Kathy Hochul, your gal in New York, the governor of the Empire State, 20 hours ago, posting a video from CVS with the new, and this is her tweet, and I responded to it. And this is something this should be being absolutely obliterated on social media because it's disinformation. Kathy Hochul tweets, the new COVID-19 vaccine is available to New Yorkers now. I got my shot, and you should too. It's the best way to protect your family and your community. Talk to your healthcare provider, contact your pharmacy, or go to vaccines.gov. And I tweeted Elon Musk 3 hours ago before the show started. I said, hey, Elon Musk, let's community note this lie. Your vaccination status has zero impact on your family and community. This has been proven false for over 3 years. This is disinformation. I mean, she is sitting here giving us the same talking points that we were told in early 2021 when the vaccine rolled out in March and April for the public. That remember, Fauci was going door to door. If you get the vaccine, it stops with you. You cannot spread it to your family. You cannot spread it to your community. And oh, by the way, if you're vaccinated, you will not get COVID. Those were all lies or completely wrong projections by that guy. And here's Hochul coming out here saying, do it for your family, do it for your community. No. If I get vaccinated or boosted for the 15th time, it has no impact on Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish, or Henry Machette. None whatsoever. And that video is still up. And to my knowledge, at this point, still hasn't been community noted yet, Sean.
No, it hasn't. And, that's the bucktooth bandit, Kathy Hochul. She's, you could look at her. You could just look. She looks weird. Her eyebrows are always drawn on. That's part of being a Democrat. It's also part of being from Buffalo. You know what I say? If you're in Buffalo, you're probably born sideways. I'm not so sure what it means, but usually it results in problems later on that are manifesting itself the way you see it with Kathy Hochul. The Dilly meme team actually put out a meme where like one of her eyes was half closed. And I thought it was real at first. I said, what happened? Maybe it was a meme, but obviously they're poking fun at the whole vaccine thing. But yes, this is what they do. This is what the left will do. They will prop up the vaccine. Again, it's that circular game. They prop up the vaccine. They mandate the vaccine. They push people to get the vaccine. Big Pharma makes more money. They spend the money over there with the mainstream media. And it's all fake. It's all false. And what are we putting in our bodies? And what happened to my body, my choice? I mean, there's so many questions, right? But what are we putting in our bodies? Why are we forcing people to take something that we know doesn't do what you're saying it does? Remember Rachel Madcow? Mm-hmm. The virus stops with every shot in an arm. It stops. If you get it, you can't spread it. That doesn't make any sense. Mm-hmm. If you have it and you cough, you could spread it. Yep. The virus doesn't give a damn if you got vaccinated. It's just ridiculous.
Maybe booster 17 will be the magic lucky number. Maybe
you know what? Maybe it will.
17.
I was looking up as we were talking about this, Big Pharma and what we're not told. Mm-hmm. So looking at the Nashville shooter, Audrey Hale, according to the Tennessee Star this summer, they reported on the 5 different medications that this individual, this Nashville killer, was prescribed. And among them, there was an allergy meds, but there was an addictive dependence-forming drug that is known to cause everything from amnesia to mania to hostility and irritability.
Oh, maybe stuff that leads you to shoot up a school.
This individual was on 5 different prescriptions.
Okay.
Wow.
It all adds up. All right, there you go. We'll come back, find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show and what occurred today in music history here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I think about this fall, this winter, the holiday season. Where does everybody gather when you're entertaining with family and friends? In the kitchen. And when it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision, professionalism, and care. And from everything from custom cabinets, countertops, backsplashes, storage solutions. Kitchen Magic gets the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle, without the waiting. Trust the name your neighbors have been relying on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation on the calendar. Go to kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. It's that time for the Rescue Natural Supplement Labor Day sale, the ultimate celebration of savings and well-being. Right now, all Rescue supplements are slashed up to 70% off, Plus, enjoy free shipping too. So whether you're searching for immune support, joint care, heart health, or a youthful glow, Rescue has health essentials for everyone. Take a break. Celebrate your workplace achievements with savings on a probiotic, omega-3s, multivitamins, and so much more. Call them at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant, or you can shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Celebrate Labor Day with 30 to 70% off. Again, all Rescue products are slashed up to 70% off site-wide. No codes needed. Just call or go to res-q.com to get this Labor Day deal right now. Start feeling like a new you with Rescue today.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are offering the C40 lease for 36 months for under $500 to qualified buyers. This is a really fun Volvo to drive. We also have a huge selection of certified Volvos. And what about $15,000 off when leasing a 2024 XC90 hybrid? This is an incredibly fabulous Volvo. It's the Volvo I drive. Visit us here at Cherry Hill Volvo for the attention and respect you deserve.
Support the Evesham Township Police Foundation. See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, Saturday, October 26th.
It was fabulous. It was the most joyful night I have experienced in a long time. God bless America. There's hope. There is so much hope with joy and laughter.
The Frank Sinatra guy, I really liked him.
His imitation of the Bee Gees.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com!
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-511-3535. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-511-3535. 800-511-3535 or biglou.com.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
9:51. It is Kayal and Company winding things down here on this Thursday morning. One more show to go tomorrow before we hit to another weekend. Before you know it, it'll be Tuesday, 9 p.m. Eastern, ABC, Philadelphia. It'll be debate night in America. But before all of that, the Dawn Show is just 8 minutes out, and we find out what she has scheduled for the top of the hour.
Yeah, so the top of the hour, you'll hear from Trump, Harris, the policy plans that are newly released that she's talking about. Trump, what is he talking about? His criticism of whether or not he'll get a fair shake upcoming here in Philadelphia, the big debate slated for next week. So we'll talk about all things Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, because we are the focus of this presidential race. we are the prize, as I always say. But moving forward in the 11 o'clock hour, we'll talk to our friend Sergeant Betsy Brantner-Smith. So she'll talk about what's going on with policing as we zoom out, look at the nation, and zooming in, looking at Philadelphia and beyond, and go through some of the controversies with cops, police-involved shootings, but as well these violent situations with school-age kids. There's so much going on and so much developing, and we have some medical studies we want to get through, too.
All right, looking forward to that. The Dawn Show just about 7 minutes out. We wrap up a Thursday with what we always do. What occurred today in music history?
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, September 5th, we celebrate the birthdays of Dweezil Zappa, who's 55, Brad Wilk from Rage Against the Machine, who's 56, and Dave Clemson from Humble Pie, who's 75. And a heavenly birthday shout-out to Freddie Mercury from Queen. We also lost Rick Stevens from Tower Power on this day in 2017, and Ricky Reynolds from Black Oak, Arkansas in 2021. Singles include You Can Call Me Al by Paul Simon in 86, and Something for the Pain by Bon Jovi in 95. Albums include Louder Than Love by Soundgarden in 89, Rock and Roll by Motorhead, Raise Your Fist and Yell by Alice Cooper, and Raising Fear by Armored Saint, all on this day in 87, as well as John Mellencamp releasing Scarecrow on this day in 85. Also, in 98, Aerosmith was atop the singles chart. In 81, Stevie Nicks was atop the album chart. In 65, the Stones recorded Get Off of My Cloud. And in 87, American Bandstand airs on network TV for the very last time. But lastly, on this day in 2020, Metallica became the...
believe we are going to have Donald J. Trump with us at 8:30 tomorrow. Is that correct?
I heard that, working on it. We're working on it. He seems to be available tomorrow. So we'll bring the only candidate in the 2024 election who is not endorsed by Vladimir Putin in Russia onto Kayal and Company tomorrow.
All right, looking forward to that. Great stuff as always, buddy. Thank you so much. We'll chat with you tomorrow. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6, and after the binder gets done saying a whole bunch of nothing,
I'll see you tomorrow. Come talk to me.
40 days to lose up to 40-plus pounds with NJ Diet. It only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40-plus pounds. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize supplements that will target your hormonal imbalances so you can lose that weight. Then NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep it off. Call Dr. T, 855-5-NJ-DIET, or go to njdiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds, 40 days up to 40 pounds, NJ Diet.
Texting enrolls in recurring automated text marketing messages. Message frequency varies. Message and data rates may apply. Reply help for help or stop to opt out.
Are you drinking too much? Is alcohol affecting your relationships? Could drinking be affecting your